Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our meeting of the April of the Carroll County Board of License Commissioners, as we have done for many, many years, with the pledge to the flag and observe a moment of silence. Memory of those who have gone before us. It is strictly voluntary. Ms. Tina?
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
That's up next. First one.
First item on our agenda is approval of minutes from March 12th, which you all received by email and also have a copy. Are there any corrections or additions?
No.
Hearing none, they are approved and will stand filed. Ms. Melissa and Abby from the City of Westminster are here to discuss several events. You'd like to tell us what it is? First of all, state your full name and address for the record before you speak, please. And
Yes.
you may begin.
Abby Gruber, City of Westminster, Recreation and Parks Department, 11 Longwell Avenue, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
You're going to have a lot of parties, it looks like. You want to tell us about each one of them at first?
Yes, absolutely.
Number one.
Okay. The first event that we are here to discuss is a new event for the City of Westminster called A Toast to Italy on July 12th from 5 to 9 p.m. The location of this event will be on Main Street in downtown Westminster from Longwell Avenue to Route 27, and then on the other side of Route 27 to John and Bond Streets. This is a celebration of Italian heritage, and the city is requesting a one-day license to serve beer and wine and liquor at this particular event.
You didn't actually fill out a one-day application for that event. You filled out applications for the Butters.
Do that under the state permit?
I assumed that we submitted one for A Toast to Italy. No. Okay.
You just submitted a letter and a map.
Then we're doing that under the state permit.
Okay.
So, because we're going to be allowing the restaurants to petition to also serve open container on that particular day. So, okay. So you want me to only go over the ones that we have submitted?
No, I mean, it's fine to go over that one. I just want to make clear you didn't do a one-day application.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
Okay, bring me up to date here. What's the difference between our permit and the state permit for these,
A state.
all these organizations?
Okay, a state permit is a permit. Ours is a license. So in the eyes of the state, you can't have two licenses at the same location. So they close Main Street down with a one-day license. Collision course, liquid library, they cannot participate because it's considered a license. So it was agreed, talking to Abby and other jurisdiction, to get a state permit, nonprofit state permit, which allows our business to participate. The oyster stroll, the wine stroll, this Taste of Italy,
Beer and
barbecue stroll I know I was going to miss one. They're all going to be a state permit. As the board, you still have, and you have requests later on in the agenda for businesses to participate. So you, as a board, you still can decide who can participate through our local establishments.
But as far as we don't have anything to say about their participation in it because it's state.
Right.
It's a permit.
Right.
So this is just kind of a formality, letting us know it's happening.
Correct.
Not necessarily asking for permission.
Right. But our local establishments are asking permission.
Absolutely, yeah, right. And that one's,
So basically, what you're telling me with the several things listed here, the reason I asked the question, the state permit will allow other licensees along that particular route to participate. Okay? So why would you not get a state permit for all of those?
Probably cost-wise, state permit's $200, right?
Yes.
And
Per event?
per event. And the one-day license that they going to request for the Mutter event that she's going to talk to you about shortly, and there's no, that's out on Wakefield Valley, so there's no businesses out there.
I understand that. But you got the strolls.
Correct. So they're going to get a state permit for all the strolls. So they're going to get 4 state permits.
I was trying to save them money, but I can't save them money.
I'm just trying to make sure,
Now, you're
it
gonna,
was a compromise came up from myself, the state inspector, the towns, to come up with something that we can work, everybody can work together and get what we want.
okay.
And this is all because of the information we got last year about licenses, can't be 2 licenses overlapping geographically.
That is correct.
Who's gonna run in the mud?
Well, right now, around 100 people, we have registered for this particular event. In the past, the city has done an event in conjunction with Flower and Jazz at Wakefield Valley. Always has been some type of a run due to staffing shortages over the past couple of years. We've not been able to do it. We're happy to bring this back. Will be held at Wakefield Valley Park. And we are requesting a one-day license to be able to have a celebratory party at the conclusion of the Mother's Day 5K run and serve mimosas to those 21 and over that have participated in this particular run.
So you're gonna run around the golf course? Is that what they're gonna do?
Yes, indeed. Yes, and hopefully through some mud.
and you guys have several people that have taken the course to be alcohol management trained, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And our newest staff member, Madison Eckert, seated behind us, she is registered for an upcoming training as well.
And on the Mother's Day run, you're going to, like you always do, you're going to card them, tag them, you know who can drink and who can't.
Correct. Our plan is to mark the bibs, the race bibs, and have a tear-off ticket on that bib for those that are eligible to redeem it for the alcoholic beverage. And if they're under 21, we know the racers' ages, they're required to provide us that information when they register. Their ticket will be X'd out, and then as a secondary safeguard, we will be carding on site.
But it'll be in a so-called confined area where the alcohol will be?
Yes, I believe there was a perimeter map submitted that shows we'll have temporary fencing up to keep the alcohol confined to one designated area.
I guess that means that.
Yeah. Okay.
So you say you're going to give them a ticket for a drink, then a drink's going to be sold also, or just that drink from being in the event?
Yes, it's just a complimentary
Oh,
drink.
okay.
We're not going to be selling additional alcohol.
And it's gonna be limited, did you say?
Correct.
Any questions on running in the mud?
Yeah.
Mr. Dixon, are you a runner?
The treadmill.
Be interesting. I played golf there many times. If you walk that course, you're probably gonna walk about 6 miles,
Yes,
but you're only gonna run 5, so you're not gonna run the full course.
no.
You're only playing 17 holes? Gee whiz. Okay. How about the Fall Fest?
So Fall Fest, we have submitted an application, and I believe we had checked beer, wine, and liquor. That is a mistake. We actually are just applying for a beer and wine one-day permit for Fall Fest. Actually, it's 4 days, so that's misleading. I should not have said that. Nevertheless, the city is requesting this license so that we can serve beer and wine near our entertainment stage during the 4 days of Fall Fest. In the past, you've seen this application submitted from Kiwanis, and we have decided to take over the sale of beer and wine at Fall Fest this year due to some changes that have occurred with our structure and the charity partners that we engage into the event. So we're trying to make more opportunities for charity partners, and that's why you see this application before you this year from the City of Westminster as opposed to Kiwanis.
So each one of those days, the city, rec and parks are gonna be in charge. So you're gonna have somebody who is alcohol awareness certified the entire time the
Yes,
shindig
that's
is
correct.
open?
We'll likely have multiple people on site the entire 4 days that are alcohol awareness certified.
So Joe, do they have to submit a new application? So, but we
We just scratch out beer, wine, liquor, and check beer,
just check beer and
wine.
wine, so we know if, when we approve it, then that they know that it's only gonna be beer and wine.
We'll have to print out a different license though.
Questions?
No?
So what, the Fall Fest is what, 4 days?
Correct, yes.
There's a certain outfit that wears green uniforms when they're on the street. They've been pretty helpful to you.
The Westminster Town Band, yes, they've been wonderful partners of ours.
Good.
I can give you your license today for the Mutters run, but
Oh,
I
wonderful.
need to check for that.
Okay.
I trust you guys, I know where to find
I was gonna say, promise you we'll get that to you, so,
It actually will be cut on the 15th.
okay, wonderful.
Is there any way,
Keith or Bill.
Keith,
Sir?
Thank you.
we have so many requests like this from all of our municipalities.
Thank you very much.
Clubs and organizations and so forth, fire companies can get certain days, numbers and so on and so forth. Has anybody ever looked into whether we can include municipalities?
For like a package
10
application?
events, 25 events, whatever it is, just like the fire companies?
Never thought about it. I would think probably need state legislation, but I don't,
Well,
we might be able to do it locally, but I have to, I'll talk to Tim and I'll come up with something for you next month. Or,
I mean, Miss Abby and the ladies from Sykesville and Tawnytown and everywhere's come in every year for this, basically the same number of strolls, festivals, or whatever you want to call it, bird watches, or whatever it is.
I mean, I know we've gotten better condensing it down to one page, you know, they can put all in one time. It used to be they would come in 4 different days for 4 different events. Now we all do it all at one. I mean, we did condense and made it easier that way. Only reason the city's here today is because they're doing 2 new events.
I understand that, and I appreciate them coming in, but my point is, the fire companies, depending upon the number of licensed days they got, they don't come in for each one.
They definitely need to talk to Tim, and we definitely need to,
Isn't that the new law a couple years ago that allowed that? Was it just fire companies?
Just fire companies and the Arts Council.
And the Arts Council, but
Very specific.
specifically mentioned an Arts Council on Main Street in Westminster,
the Arts
Maryland.
Council can't
It
move
was
because they'll
pretty
lose their liquor
specific
license.
to it.
Yeah, I think it would have to be legislation again.
Well, we can discuss it. We don't have to
Yeah.
hold the ladies up here, but it just occurred to me that the oyster stroll, she's gonna do Italy, and the next thing, she's gonna do a stroll through Finksburg or something like that, so who knows?
if Abby could figure out somehow to run down to Finksburg, she probably would have a stroll down there.
Well, stay off of 140.
Have little liquor stops all the way down.
We got a great park in Finksburg if you wanna have something down there sometime.
Is that Deer Park or
No, it's
Sandy
not
Mount?
Deer Park.
Which park in Vicksburg?
The
Roaring
baseball-
Run
the
Li-
baseball
Roaring
park
Run Lions
behind-
Community Park in Finksburg.
Yeah, it's off, it's not on 140, it's off Baltimore Boulevard.
Off
Like
the old road.
Baltimore.
Behind the, not Sicko, Jiffy Mart. Gas station's back there's a nice ballpark to the Lions Club.
Oh, wow. I'll have to check that out.
Any questions, ladies?
No.
Okay,
No objection.
No objection.
is that it for downtown Westminster?
Awesome.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
We
you all very
appreciate it.
much, and good
Thank you,
luck on
guys.
all of them.
Slide out. You're next. You got
Okay, Miranda from Small Town Stars Theater Company.
Yes, hi.
One-day liquor license for a play to be held at Synergy Space Dance. Where's
Yes.
Synergy Space Dance? In the Coca-Cola building?
Oh, that's actually, it's in Westminster, Maryland. It used to be Project C Studios. It's over by Players Fun Zone.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, but
It's-
where's it?
it's right behind-
519 Old Westminster
It's right
Pike?
behind the Coca-Cola building, and there's indoor soccer places,
Okay.
I think, right?
Yep, you're right.
Now, just a note, they did do this last year, but they didn't come before you guys last year.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
it wasn't,
So it hasn't been explained to us
because
yet.
it was indoor, yeah.
Okay, tell us what you want to do and why.
Yeah, so we've had great success in the past doing these events and selling alcohol at the events. We do beer, wine, and also some themed cocktails that are themed to the show. Something we do as well is we only serve before the show and at intermission. So there's about an hour break in between when people can purchase drinks and consume drinks.
And is it going to be outside this year? Is that what?
No, it's indoor.
Oh, inside?
Yep.
How many
And
people?
There's, I'm sorry, there's people that'll be serving, there'll be people on site that'll be alcohol awareness certified?
Yes, I did get my alcohol awareness certification, and I serve the drinks myself.
You old enough to serve drinks?
Yes. I know I have a baby face, but I'm old enough.
How many people do you normally have?
We expect around 100 attendees per show.
Per performance?
Yeah.
What's the plays or play?
Yeah, so fair warning, there is a swear word in this title. I don't know if you're comfortable with me saying it, I'll censor it out, but it's called POTUS, or behind every, and then it's a swear word, are 7 women trying to keep him alive. And it is a all-female farce, and it is a political comedy.
Local
Yes.
participants?
The theater company is a charitable organization?
Yes, we are a nonprofit.
And how do you control the alcohol sales?
Yeah, so we have one main table at the front, and at the end of the table is where all alcohol is sold. We do card everyone on site, and when the show is actually running, in between where we're serving, we lock the alcohol in a room directly behind us.
And you did it last year with pretty good success and
Yeah.
no issues, no problems. Did anyone go? Do you know, Keith? Or?
No.
So how many years have you been doing this?
We started in 2016, about 9 years.
Serving alcohol each year for an event?
We started serving alcohol, I believe the first time we did it was in 2022.
And then talking to Miranda went, I didn't realize she has not come in front of the board to talk about it, so that's the reason she's in here. And you did tell me only serving between intermission and.
Yeah, I did explain that to them. We only serve before the show and at intermission.
And you're the only server,
Yes.
and you are going to check IDs for every time you serve something?
Yes.
You're not in the play?
No. I'm directing the play.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
No objection?
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Okay, the next item on the agenda we'll skip for the meantime. We'll skip the next item for a while. We have an application from Heather Kuykendall from Carroll County Ag Center to hold a tractor pull fundraiser on April 25th and 26th of this year, which has been going on for umpteen number of years.
No objection.
Are there any objections?
Did you want to see the?
Damn, I'm gonna kill myself when
I don't. George, you want to
trying
see
to get out of this chair.
Thank you.
Keep on tripping over this.
We have a letter from Kelly Miller Esquire explaining change in ownership interest for Las Aztecas about removing Wayne Shea from the license and making Sergio Mezzo the sole licensee.
I take it Sergio Meza is on the license currently.
And this is a request from her on their behalf to take him off. And he is agreeable to it.
So do we have to have confirmation, like in his hand, that he's agreeable to it, or is it acceptable through the
Is there
attorney?
supposed to be a letter of resignation submitted?
That's what I was going to say. Is there a letter of resignation?
There isn't.
That's what I'm at. Does there have to be?
Should
I
be.
thought there should be.
Okay. I thought the same thing. I'm just
However,
clarifying.
this is just my opinion, if council is representing
Right.
to us, that permission is, that the resignation is agreeable to the licensee, then I guess we can make a decision based on that representation. She's an officer of the court.
He doesn't live in Maryland, apparently. Reason for the change.
Is this something different?
This is the next one.
Okay.
Did I accidentally
Send
say
Bernie's to.
Bernie's?
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no objection,
No objection.
and as Commissioner Barnhart mentioned,
I'm just looking for her stating in here that,
I don't think she actually states that in there, but
well, then, I don't think she does either.
perhaps we can get Ms. Kelly to get a letter.
Yeah, I think it should be in our file, that,
Okay.
that
Yeah, I'll contact them. I just want y'all to know that late May, I may be quitting and going to work for Bernie as a pastry.
To go to Paris and then come back and take your job.
And then I'll
Okay.
come back to this.
All right, fair enough. I may join you. When's the liquor board hearing, the next
I mean,
one?
I bet.
we will hold a hearing in Paris, thank you.
Nice.
Okay, any objection to that?
No,
None,
No, they-
barring the letter of resignation that Joe's going to reach out for, or confirmation of resignation.
Okay, and we got a letter here from Bernie Vogel advising that they will be closing May 28th to June the 4th, reopening on Thursday, June the 5th. He is taking his people to Paris for a pastry school, I guess. Any objections?
No objections.
Got a application for a one-day liquor license from the Catholic War Veterans for an outdoor veterans celebration on May 4th at the Carroll County Farm Museum, which is a recurring event.
No objection.
Any problems last year?
Nope, no problems last year, and the licensee is alcohol awareness trained. Along with, I missed it, but Heather Kirkendale is also alcohol awareness trained.
So is the footprint the entire
Yep.
museum property?
And they
As
have
you walk in the
one,
gate.
they have one, the one beer garden area.
Yeah, but it's open, you can walk, it's not, it's where they're being served beer, but you're not limited to that area. They can walk around the whole
They can walk around, but is the,
fenced-in area of the farm museum.
okay.
How do they control service?
The wristbands and IDs when, at the gate.
Any objections?
No
No.
objection.
One-day liquor license application from Lisa Carroll, Carroll County Rec and Parks for Carroll County Car Fest to be held outdoors at the Farm Museum on July 12th.
This event, it's the same event, but just, sometimes it's a band, sometimes it's a car. It has been a band in the past, and this time it's a car fest. It's the same people put it on.
Oh, you say band, music.
Music band,
Oh,
yes.
okay, okay.
Yeah, sorry. And her staff is alcohol awareness trained also.
Is there a name for the event?
Carfest.
Carfest, so in the past it's had a different name.
Yeah, it's 1 year, didn't they do a movie 1 year? And 1 year they did they've done 2 years, they've done a band, they've done different locations. But it's the same style, same stuff, just different event type.
And they'll handle alcohol sales the same way they've always handled them.
Yep.
No objection.
Did you want to see it? No objection.
Okay, if there's no objection.
You got like 1 more minute.
What?
You got 1 more minute.
Well, I don't want to be impolite, but I'll take as long as I need, okay? Okay, we've got a one-day liquor license application from Dana Wachter for the Carroll County Farm Museum Summer Music Concert Series to be held on June the 22nd, July 27, and August the 10th.
This is the second year of the event. Dana and her staff will be alcohol awareness trained tonight. I'm doing a class tonight. And there have been no problems in the past.
They do this every year, don't they? This concert series?
I think this is just the second
This
year.
is the second year.
Oh, really?
But there is a different concert that goes on every year at the Farm Museum, the Spring Garden Festival, that we don't have anything to do
That's
with
something
that.
different, yeah.
So it's for 3 different days.
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Last thing before our first case, a letter and drawings from Stables requesting permission to hold their deck parties beginning May 14th through September 24th on Saturdays and Sundays, which they've done for years.
Yep.
No problems?
No problems.
Any objection?
No objection.
Got a letter from Johansson's requesting permission for all the strolls and so on and so forth, which is April 26th, June 14th, and October 11th. Any objections?
No objection.
No.
Yeah, you got Johansson, Sarah Brothers, City Park Gaming, Lost Lion.
Well, Let's quit it there. It's 10:30, so, Mr. Dixon, 10:30, would you please call our first case 6548?
Okay, case 6548, in the matter of a violation hearing for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Jose Antonio Ula for the use of TTT Westminster, Inc., trading as Taco Loco, 265 Baltimore Boulevard, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, violation hearing set. Notice of public hearing, March 28th, 2025. Acknowledge receipt of letter dated February 21st, 2025, delivered by hand on February 24th, 2025. February 21st, 2025, letter from Joe Vance to Jose Antonio Ula. A alcohol compliance violation sheet dated February 20th, 2025, and completed and signed by William Ledley. A notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the letterhead Haven N. Shoemaker Jr., State's Attorney's Office, and signed by Malaga Uziel. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You all may be seated.
William Ledley, Ledley. I'm the part-time liquor board inspector. On February 20th, 2025, at approximately 1:32 p.m., I had an underage volunteer enter Taco Loco for the purpose of purchasing an alcoholic beverage. The volunteer entered the location and was seated at a table. The volunteer ordered a bottle of Miller Lite. The server asked for his ID. After giving the server his ID, he was given a Miller Lite. The volunteer texted me and said he had been served. I entered the location and the volunteer identified the server. The server produced a Mexican license which identified him as Malaga Uzel. There was a language barrier when I asked Mr. Uzel about carding the volunteer. He advised that he did. I spoke with Giorgio McTolks, who is the manager of the location. He advised that Mr. Uzo was not TIPS or TAM trained. When asked, Mr. Uzo advised that he did not know it was a crime to serve alcoholic beverage to an underage individual. The volunteer's license is vertical and clearly shows that he is only 19 years of age. A follow-up compliance check was completed on March the 20th, 2025, and at which time the location passed. And if I may, submit these as evidence.
They've been shown to.
Yes, sir.
When did the current owner take ownership?
We've had that restaurant, we opened it in 2021, so
Please,
almost 5 years.
Antonio.
please state your name, full name and address for the record, please.
Okay, Jose Antonio Ulloa, 2150 Warm Forest Drive, Finksburg, Maryland, 21048. So we've opened that restaurant in 2021, so almost 5 years. One of the things that I heard in the report was incorrect, that guy was tip certified. I sent the certificate to Joe a few days ago. I think it was just a miscommunication from the manager. So basically, we have policies in place. You know, I also sent pictures of, the no verticals ID accepted. We have these little memo things on the POS, and every POS says, I also send that to Joe. Always check IDs, no verticals, IDs accepted. Anyways, at that particular time, when the young man came in, the manager told the server, check his ID. He said, okay. So when you know, he checked his ID and still served them. So he didn't look at the date of the ID. He knew it was a vertical ID. He still accepted it anyways. That guy, we ended up firing him because that's just not how we, you know, conduct business. And, but that's basically what happened. Just here to say I'm sorry. He doesn't work with us anymore. And, you know, we have a lot of policies in place. And sometimes they just don't, sometimes employees just don't care.
You're not the licensee, correct?
I'm the licensee, yeah.
You're the licensee,
Correct.
okay, sorry, my mistake. Do you spend much time in the facility?
Well, yeah, I try to go to all the restaurants all the time. I live here locally, you know, I have 5 restaurants around, so I'm constantly in and out in all of them. But, you know, we have policies, we train every employee with their tip certificate. He had one, but at the end of the day, he still checked that ID and he still served them. So that's something, I don't know what else to do, you know. We have an incentive program. We reward them $100 in the last few months. You guys have been to all my places. I've given out a lot of money to all my employees. So I try to do the best that I can, but there's sometimes employees just don't get it in their head, so.
So it was in the statement that he said he did not know it was a criminal offense.
That's what he said. Like I said, his English is not 100%. I'm not sure if that's all accurate, but, you know, it is what it is. He doesn't work with me anymore.
Do you have a handbook that you give out or do you have something that they read or sign?
Oh, yeah. We have employee handbooks. I was out of town and I have it here. I didn't get to email it to Joe. I have it here, the employee handbook. He signed it. All the contracts we usually have for every employee. But you know, that's one thing. But we usually have meetings and right before their shift start. Hey guys, check IDs. You know, have a good attitude. Try to feel the customers happy. Don't have negativity on you, and that's like a daily thing. You know, we remind them, but you know, sometimes just employees are not 100% ready to go to work.
Did you say that you provided Joe with the alcohol management certification for this particular server?
Correct. Yeah.
It's in there.
It's in the file or in this pack?
It's in the file.
It's in the file.
Should be the 3rd page.
And how long has, is the last name Malaga or the last name Uziel?
Malaga. Malaga's his last name.
Malaga's the last name,
Yeah.
okay.
He's worked with us. He hadn't worked that long, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 months at that particular, and he was before at another restaurant, but he wasn't. He was a busboy. But then sometimes people, when it comes the warmer weather, they tend to go work, you know, at landscaping. So during the winter, they usually come at, you know, hotels, restaurants. So that was kind of like what he was doing. But you know, when he got a certificate, he wasn't even yet a server, and we still train him to whenever he was, you know, when he had an opportunity, he was ready to go with what we require for servers to have, which are their certificate of alcohol awareness.
So you had mentioned that you have a handbook, and
Yes.
you gave him a copy of the
Yes,
handbook.
yeah, it's signed right here.
Yeah, and then he signed that he had
Correct.
received a copy and understood, he understands your policy about
Yep.
vertical licenses.
Yep. This county is very strict with this, so I'm very aware of, you know, making sure that all the employees know the you know, the policies. So every time I go there, I tell the guys, hey, check IDs, you know, make money, you know, have fun working, because I don't want nobody being all grumpy at, you know, serving tables.
So in the testimony and also by your testimony, it's been pointed out several times that there was a pretty extreme language barrier.
Well,
Do you think he understood the
I think he understands, because he's been, yeah, he understands. It says around the front door on the picture, says no vertical IDs, and every POS says, you know, no vertical IDs. No, it's the standard in English and Spanish. No means no. And it was just the type of employee that I think it was best for him to be fired, and that's what I did, just to avoid any more problems in the long run.
What's the date on when he signed the handbook?
The 20th of December, 2024.
Can I take a look at the handbook?
This is just for alcohol, and this is for the restaurant rules.
Yeah,
And when was he certified?
thank you.
I don't have that on me. You guys have that on.
It should be, and
Yeah, it's that way. I'll take a look when it comes
It's
back my
he's
way.
certified 2022,
2022.
November
Thank
2022.
you.
What was certified November 2022?
22.
That is alcohol awareness training.
Have you made any changes since this has happened?
Well, last time I was here, I was open to changing the policies on charging, carding everybody. And I do have a one here on page 2, which I can show you. We just changed it to charge, to card everybody now on. I think we had it under 40. It just card everybody, avoid problems, so
Yeah, but unfortunately,
it still happens.
They card him.
He checked ID and he still serves. I mean, there's just things that we can't help, but, you know, sometimes employees, just like I said, they just don't care.
Is this the first offense under the new ownership, Mr. Benford?
This is the first time we've gotten in this one,
Keith?
yeah, correct.
Keith?
sir,
Is this the first offense under the new ownership?
no.
Taco Loco? It's the first time.
Oh, Taco Loco,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's first up.
I get, my fault, yes, that's
Okay,
good.
yeah.
I get Cinco,
Right.
I'm thinking Cinco.
And they've had 3 successful compliance checks before this? Is that right?
Yes, if that,
It was 3.
it's just
yes.
showing what it looks like.
I think he's just showing what he can.
Does anybody want to?
Sure, please. I was
so
going to
used
ask,
to
but I didn't know.
Cinco.
I understand.
Cinco, and then-
So,
We have a lot of policies in place, and I spend a lot of money on all these policies with my attorneys, and we try to do really our best, you know. You know, like I said, I reward the employees, and it's a motivation at the end of the day, but sometimes, all I can say, we're sorry. People sometimes just still mess up. Even after the manager says check ID, he goes and checks the ID, and he still serves them. I don't know what to do then, you know, it's just like, I don't know what else I could do.
What prompted the manager to tell him to check the IV?
Well, that's part of the
ID?
policy of the managers when, you know, part of the job when they see somebody walk, hey, remind the servers always check their ID.
Okay,
That's
not
kind
just because he thought maybe he was looked
No, no, no,
underage.
it's everybody that looks under or sits at the bar and stuff like that.
So you instituted the card everybody at all your
Yes,
restaurants?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Antonio, do you want those back, or do you want them entered as exhibits?
Whatever you want. Like, I couldn't send that
Get the
email.
one he signed
yeah,
back.
they should go back to him, but if, Dave can say if he wants copies in the file or not. But he's already testified to the contents, and frankly, you know, when I reviewed what you just submitted, it was good. And that's, I wish all licensees handled these issues.
Yeah, and this has taken me years of,
Back to you.
when something happens, I always try to do always something more, and sometimes just, like I said, just employees just,
No, you have documentation that the employee in question read or knew the information about your alcohol service rules, and he clearly violated them. The only way you can stop that is sit there and hold his hand and do it yourself, I guess.
yeah.
But you mitigated it happening again by letting him go.
Yeah, so I try
Is-
to.
What is your policy usually if
I
they,
usually let them go, but there's just sometimes, you know, with everything going on, and you don't get as many good employees these days. When somebody's a good employee that's on time, that's responsible, I tend to think about it a little bit more. But with this one, I just felt like he wasn't the type of person to keep. I just had to let him go.
How many employees do you have?
At this particular location?
Yes.
Let's say 10, 15 at the most.
How many full-time?
Full-time, probably 6 or 7.
How many hours, what's your hours of operation?
11 to 10 daily. Maybe on Sunday we close at 9:30. Or 9, yeah.
And you're spread thin between 5 or 6 restaurants and maybe other businesses, is that right?
Well, I have Omar. He's in my partner in one of a few restaurants, and he's also lives in the Westminster area. So we do split time around when he's there. You know, he looks at him, and I'm in another
How
place.
many hours a day does a manager spend in one of your establishments?
Most of the time. Usually when there's a manager, when he's off, we have an assistant manager that knows all the policies that are.
Are they all certified?
Yes. That's one thing I'm very particular on, getting everybody certified. I don't send them to classes. I bring the instructor, and he does only my employees, so I make sure they do it. Because if you send an employee, sometimes they don't go ahead and do the classes. They're like, oh, I'll do it and never get to it. I make sure they come to me, the instructor, and they do the course.
I noticed on one of the certificates there, I'm not familiar with that organization.
Masters, is it Masters?
Yeah.
That's Maury Johnson's.
Maureen Johnson and her work together.
Signature's not on it.
Well, he has a female that does it, teaches a class also.
Yeah.
And just add, I find a manager, every time I go in, I know what manager to look for. Each time, it's the same manager, each different location. Sometimes I see Antonio, sometimes I see, I can't remember, Omar, sorry. I see them throughout the 5 places. He cares about employees, he cares about not serving. I think it just, again, he carded, he did what he was supposed to do, he just didn't, I think he was just going through the motions, and it sounds like it's something, some kind of employee you should fire. 'Cause I don't think they was really caring.
Any other questions?
No.
If not, testimony is now closed. Would you like to make any closing remarks?
No, that we're sorry, this happened. We always try to do our best.
Spector, do you have any closing comments?
No, sir, just that they've always been cooperative with me, and I think that they've done pretty much what they needed to do to try and keep this from happening. I've had a couple successful compliance checks at their other locations, and things went well.
With that, testimony evidence is both closed, and now this board will deliberate
I don't have any comments.
the findings of the facts as presented, and hopefully come to a consensus conclusion. Commissioners, you've heard the testimony.
So I'm sad that this happened for you, because it's obvious that you make the attempt. This board appreciates the fact that you took, the last time we saw you, our suggestions into consideration and made those changes. It's an unfortunate circumstance that happens, but when it's down to the final point, it happens. So a minor was served, and that's kind of what happens. Do we know, is he going to the diversion program?
What do you do? Do you sign?
Yes.
You signed their 10.
Okay, signed it that he was. So again, like I say, I'm sorry it happened that way, but unfortunately it happened. So that's
Right.
what we look at as the board, is that it occurred.
Well, of course, I agree with everything that Commissioner Mulvaney just said. I also agree with the comments of our inspectors, and I appreciate your testimony about the efforts that you make at this establishment to prevent this from happening. In my opinion, you have done just about everything that we would ask you to do. You have a policy regarding no vertical licenses. You have the employees who serve alcohol sign your policy sheet, which this one particular employee did. You make more than adequate effort to train your people. Probably, I'll put you at the higher tier of licensees' devotion to getting people trained and making sure these things don't happen. You got the signage. This particular individual was trained. at the time, and you're a licensee and you're ultimately responsible, but I also think that you have a right to rely on your employers, your employees who are trained in alcohol management. It's aspirational that they follow through on their training, and this is a case, I think, where you have a rogue employee who just went off the rails, and you recognize that, and he was let go. On occasion in the past, when there's been clearly a rogue employee, we have taken that in recognition when we assess any penalties. In this case, the testimony is he was told to check the license,
Yep.
and he checked it, and it was a vertical license. I do have one question, whether he really understood the English language enough to understand the difference between vertical and horizontal, but I'm sure that, I'm confident that you explained it to him in a language that he was comfortable with. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion based on those comments, unless the chair wishes to add.
Before you make a motion, I think in this particular case, as many cases, the licensees do just about everything that they can do except being on the spot with everything. But I think, in my opinion, some testimony about language barriers and so on and so forth is a serious problem with me upon serving alcohol. Therefore, while he has done everything that he could possibly do, perhaps, I feel that there's some culpability in this case. As you mentioned, you so-called rogue employee probably didn't understand what the scope of his job actually is and what it was. And certainly he remembered, check all license or check and so on and so forth. But a vertical license is a red flag, period. Maybe he didn't know what a vertical license was. I think there's culpability on behalf of the licensee, even though he did just about everything he should. With that, I yield to you two.
All right, Mr. Chairman. In the case of case number 6548, Mr. Chairman, I move that we find the licensee culpable and assess a fine of $300 for service to an underage volunteer.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Motion's been properly made that the licensee be found culpable and issue a fine of $300 in the case of 6548, the license issued to Jose Antonio Yulo for the use of TTT Westminster, Inc., trading as Taco Loco, located at 265 Baltimore Boulevard, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. We find you culpable, and a fine of $300 is assessed, which you will have 30 days in which to satisfy upon official notice from this board. There are no other comments. Congratulations on being very successful in your all endeavors, but we don't like to see you in here.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Do you want Antonio to stay for the business meeting? He's requesting the Cinco de Mayo.
He's had it for how many years?
We've had it for like 9-10 years now.
9 or 10 years.
Okay, I just, if
To
any
me,
questions.
to me, it's a routine.
Yeah.
No problems.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you. Put the store address.
Just the store address?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
That the sign is.
Okay, at this time, I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to please call case 6549.
All right, case 6549, in the matter of a violation hearing for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Jay-Z for the use of Q168 LLC, trading as Sushi Q5, 250 Angler Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, violation hearing, sale to a minor. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. An April 3rd, 2025 letter from David F. Mister to Joe Vance. There's a March 28th, 2025 notice of public hearing for this case. This is to acknowledge receipt of letter dated February 21st, 2025, delivered by hand on February 24th, 2025. There's a February 21st, 2025 letter from Joe Vance to Jay-Z. And then there is an alcohol compliance violation sheet dated February 20th, 2025, and completed and signed by Inspector William Ledley. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Inspector Ledley, are you presenting this case?
Yes, sir, I am. On February 20th, 2025, at approximately 12:38 p.m., I used an underage volunteer to attempt to purchase an alcoholic beverage from Sushi Q5. The volunteer went into the location and ordered some food and a Heineken bottle of beer. The volunteer was asked for his identification. The license is vertical and clearly shows that he is only 19 years of age. The volunteer texted me and I entered the location. The volunteer pointed out the server and left the location. The server identified herself as Alicia Dong, but does not have any identification. The manager at the location, Mr. Xai, advised that Ms. Dong has only been in the location for a month and speaks little English. She is not TAMS or TIPS trained. We spoke about the diversion program, but due to language barrier, I thought that would be a problem. She did not know anything about the laws in Maryland or about underage drinking, or it is a crime to serve minors. Again, the volunteer was 19 at the time. A follow-up compliance check was conducted on March 20th, 25, and a location passed. Since 2019, the establishments has been checked 6 times, and the last violation that I have is from September 30th of 2019.
We'll accept that into evidence. Has that been shown to?
Chipped over these damn table lights.
While those exhibits are being marked, may I remind you that the first time you testify, please state your full name and address and spell your last name for the record, please. With that, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, and let me identify myself for the board to begin with. My name is Anthony Bartlett, and I'm representing the licensee here. To the commissioners, we're not contesting the violation. This is basically a mitigation case. And with the commission's consent and approval, I'd simply like to proffer the mitigation facts, if that's acceptable.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The restaurant in question, it's my understanding that it's been in operation in the Westminster area for about 7 years.
Sir, you may sit and be comfortable. You don't have to
Thank
stand.
you. It's my understanding, old heart habits are difficult to break, but it's my understanding that the operation has been open for 7 years in the same location. It's primarily a dine-in restaurant. There is some carry-out, of course. The staffing for the restaurant is normally 3 individuals working in the kitchen, a bartender who's working out in the dining area, and 4 waiters, waitresses, or servers, as far as what a typical staffing looks like. Now, on February 20, 2025, again, the restaurant was, was staffed in a normal manner. The licensee, who is Jean-Li Xia, he was actually working back in the kitchen. There was another trained, alcohol awareness trained employee who was present, and her name is it CC?
Correct.
CC, who's worked there for approximately 2 years. This employee, the employee who served the underage individual, her name was Leshi Dong, and she was a relatively new hire, as indicated. She had been there for about a month. She was fully trained when she was hired, and all of the requirements for checking IDs, the difference between the vertical and the horizontal ID, she was taught all these things. I know that she seems to have made a contrary statement to law enforcement on the day of the incident, but she was in fact trained. She was reprimanded the same day that this occurred, after the incident, and within 24 hours she was no longer employed by the restaurant. Now, after this incident, the management and the licensee took steps to have an in-house training for every single employee, including the employees who had already been alcohol awareness certified. So they brought somebody in, they retrained everybody was there. So now all service staff has completed, or all service staff who was there, who was employed at that time, has completed their alcohol awareness training and received certificates. I have copies of those for the board today. In addition, the licensee and the management of the restaurant have reiterated to each and every employee that every single customer gets carded, not just if they look like they're younger than 30. They tell me that they don't care who you are. You come in, you're getting carded. Because this is important to them. They want to be appropriately compliant with all the rules and regulations of the board. I brought with me today, I brought a number of copies. So what I will do is move as licensees exhibit number 1, but there are 4 copies here. Each stapled package has 6 certificates of completion from the in-house training. Now, I'll let the board know that for the individuals who are already certified, they didn't issue new certificates, but those individuals were there. You'll see at the end that there were 2 employees at that time who were not certified. They have brand new certificates.
They issue new certificates. They complete training.
Right, but they didn't issue new ones.
It's expired in 28. You guys got ripped off.
But they were there for the training, so. We'll just have to get them, we'll just redo them. Have to go back. This one in 28.
Okay, there's no questions about the certificates. Let's proceed.
Thank you. If I understood the testimony here correctly, it appears that they were tested again in March of 2020 and passed. I'm very pleased to hear that. I know the board is pleased to hear that, too. This is, as there are many, is a small restaurant, and they're want to remain in compliance, and so I think they've taken reasonable steps in mitigation of this situation. It is one of these situations where it appears to be a bad employee. There is an indication that there was a language barrier for her. That's not an excuse at all. I've talked to my clients about making sure that even for employees who English might not be their first language, they need to make sure that they understand, and if they don't understand, they need to go to another employee or a manager or someone else and say, help me out with this situation. So again, I guess in summary, my clients understand the importance and the rights and obligations and the duties that they have as a licensee. They're aware of the potential sanctions. We've advised them of that. We would ask this board to perhaps consider a reasonable fine in light of the circumstances, the remedial action, and perhaps most importantly is what I learned today is that they were tested again and complied in all manners. They passed successfully. Thank you.
Commissioners, you have questions?
So you said that shortly after the employee was reprimanded, did they quit or were they fired?
Well, perhaps the best description would be to say it was a mutual decision that she leave. She showed up for her next shift. I'm not even sure the next day she completed that shift. I think my client's nodding his head saying she didn't even complete the shift. She walked out, and frankly, my client was happy to see her go.
And the Card Everyone policy you mentioned, was that something they had before, or is that something that they instituted since?
Well, I think that before they had been following the kind of the general alcohol awareness training, which is that age 30 cutoff. If they look like they're younger than 30, they should be carded. But now, I think they've decided that they need to even step that up a notch.
And do they have a employee handbook that outlines all of the rules, regulations, expectations that the employees sign?
Is there a written policy?
No, for now.
Okay. There is not at this point. I think that that's a good recommendation and something that is reasonable for any alcoholic beverage licensee.
I have a few questions about the certificates, Counsel, that you gave us.
Yes.
A couple of times you mentioned in-house training. Is this the in-house training you're talking about? You had someone come to the premises and do the training?
Yeah, it's my understanding that they actually came to the restaurant to do the
Okay.
training.
So it's not the licensee doing the training, it's a certified trainer doing the training at the restaurant?
Yes, it was John Murray did it.
And tell me about John Murray. He came to the restaurant on several different occasions to train your people?
Well, I can tell you that, let me check my notes for just a second. He came on one occasion to train everybody. And my understanding is that that occurred on, and if you just bear with me, I think I wrote the date down. Hang on, I think
February
that-
28th of 2025?
Yeah, February 28th, 2025, correct.
Okay.
They did not reissue even though other individuals were there that were already certified, they just didn't issue them new certificates.
Okay, so he had previously trained people at the restaurant because we have 3 certificates with different dates other than February.
It's my understanding that they've used the same organization for all their training.
And Mr. Murray, he belongs to an organization, to a company?
Well, this is the same business.
Okay.
He does a fair amount of alcohol awareness training and certification.
Okay.
I believe he's kind of like Keith, a one-man show, but we get certificates from him all the time.
So you mentioned, again, there's been testimony several times about the language barrier. Are there other individuals within the organization that speak that same language that things could have been explained to this individual that did the serving?
On February 20th?
Yes.
Yeah. It's my understanding that to my right, Jonathan Ho, who is kind of like a general manager, that he does, as does, again, my understanding is Jean-Lee Shea, who is to my right, who is the actual licensee, that they had communicated with her in her primary language. You know, I'm not just trying to put all the blame on somebody, but this looks, as it's been indicated to me, this was what I'll call a bad employee case. A person who also maybe was not doing her duties very well beyond this.
So what is their in-house, because obviously this employee wasn't present for the formal training, so what kind of training do they offer? Because if, say, she's only been there a month, but she was a bad employee, what did she learn before she was able, how soon was she able to serve alcohol? Did she serve alcohol day one? You understand where I'm going with that? Like, what kind of training did she have that would prepare her to be able to have a language barrier but serve in a community of which that language barrier exists?
Understood. And it might be best for me to ask Jonathan Ho if he could describe that better than me, if that's acceptable. Mr. Ho, could you address the board's question?
Yes.
State your full name and address first.
Okay, my name is...
You can be seated. You don't
Okay,
have to stand.
thanks. My name is Jonathan Mo, last name M-O-U. And the first thing we do to our employees, once we hire them, we tell them what you should do, what you need to do when you serve the alcohols to the public. And the situation is she is never pay attention on those kind of things. Like my lawyer said, she is kind of bad employees. After Valentine's weekend, where most of the employees, they want to take a break. So like all the one who has a certificate, they want to take a 1 week or 2 weeks break because it's exhausted. So busy. So when she hired, we told her that you need to check ID. As long as you feel the customers looks like under 31, you need to check their ID. Vertical ID, no. Just to say no. And not only on the checking ID stuff, she was not doing the basic stuff, like doing job very well. She never pay attention, never follow instructions. That's
So
all.
she started serving alcohol pretty much on day one?
Yeah,
like
on
the
day
first-
one.
And I guess I'm thinking, if you thought that she wasn't doing her job, why would you trust her with something so serious as to serve alcohol?
Like
Does that make sense to wonder that? I mean, I just, you know, your defense, quote unquote, is that she was a bad employee.
Yes, ma'am.
But, you know, serving someone food poorly is way different than serving someone alcohol illegally, or criminally, actually. So I guess my question is, wouldn't you have, and is this your policy, that you just allow them to serve alcohol from day one, whether they understand the repercussions or not? So I don't know if that makes a bad employee or an undertrained employee.
All her behaviors was under her supervision before, but that day, since I said we have short employees, we need people work to make sure the business is running. And before this incident, she is under supervised from us. But that day, I was taking a day off, and he was in the kitchen, and that situation just happened.
Let me get something straight here. according to the information we have, who is on this license? Actual on the license? Joe?
Jean Lee seated to the second person to my right.
Okay. And you've been referring to somebody else on the license. That's why I asked.
Oh, I don't think I've referred to someone else as the licensee. The licensee is Jean Lee Xia, which is spelled Xie, who is the gentleman second person to my right.
What's he got to say about it?
He will probably, he's going to need some assistance from Jonathan Moe, who might have to translate some for him. His English is not his first language, but we'd be happy to have him answer any questions that the board has for him.
Here's one question. Is he trained in alcohol management practices?
He's one of the people who's certified. He's on top, first page.
But he has a problem, there's a language barrier? He needs an interpreter?
He doesn't really have that much of a language barrier with most of the employees.
Well, what about the trainer of this alcohol management program, then which he had to take a test to pass after he got the training?
Is your question, how was he able to understand what
Correct.
Mr. Murray taught?
Correct.
Right, so,
When the trainer gave.
hang on, you can certainly address the board.
Oh, yes. When we learn from the trainers, we have a translation script to everybody. So when he provides those questions and the test, we have English version and Chinese version.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And when you do that, he is on the licensee, but what does he do as far as the restaurant goes? Does he work there? Yes.
Mr. Xie, yes.
Is he there every day?
Just taking one day off.
Is his primary job in the kitchen?
The front end kitchen.
Okay, front of
Yes.
house and back of house?
Yes.
Yeah, and on the day in question, just for further clarification, is he was there, he was back in the kitchen when the underage individual came in and was served. He did have, like I said, there was an employee, a more trusted employee who had been there for about 2 years, who was alcohol trained. She was out in the dining room side, in the front of the restaurant. And normally I can't tell you exactly what happened that day. I just want to be candid with the board. But she would be the person who, like in that situation on that day, if an employee had a question or there was an uncertainty or whatever, they could come to her first immediately. They could then, if it was still another issue, they could perhaps talk to a bartender who might be there who's certified. And of course, Mr. Xia is there as well. So there is for lack of a better term, a chain of command that's in place.
Other questions, commissioners?
No.
There are no other questions at this time?
I have one question if I can ask.
What?
You said your policy now is card everyone. Is that across the board at your 2 other locations?
Yes.
So Suzuki 8 and Saltwater, you're going to have?
Saltwater, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's actually a good point. I appreciate you bringing that up because one of the things I neglected to mention is the training they did in-house, they didn't just do for this location, they did it at all 3 of the locations. Now, I only brought the certifications for this one because this was the only one before the board today. But I do think that it shows that they do take this seriously. Thank you.
With that, evidence and testimony is hereby closed, and if you'd like to make any closing remarks, sir?
Just what I've already referred to is that, it's an operation that's been in the same location for 7 years, that they do take things seriously. This is an unfortunate situation, and again, I'm not trying to just displace all the blame on one employee because it's their responsibility at the end. But they have taken effective remedial action. They do take it seriously, and they took the same remedial action across all 3 restaurants. And if the proof is in the pudding, they successfully passed a test about a month later. Thank you.
Thank you. Inspector, do you have any closing comments?
Yes, sir, just to bring up that they have successfully passed 6 separate times, and their last violation was September 30th of 2019.
With that, evidence and testimony is closed, and the board will now discuss the merits of the case and hopefully come to a conclusion. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, looking at the record, as mentioned just now by our inspector, it looks like this is the second violation, but in greater than a 5-year period. Our look back is generally 5 years. Their first violation was September of 2019, and following that violation, there were 4 successful tests by our board with our inspectors, and they successfully passed the follow-up. So, Mr. Chairman, I would be thinking in terms of our general practice of a 5-year look-back, that this would be more in line with how we would look at a first offense. The culpability is pretty clear. It seems to be a recurring problem sometimes we have with servers maybe misunderstanding the law a little bit. And I certainly understand the difficulty in being fully staffed nowadays. And sometimes you have to have servers who are willing to show up and maybe not behave in exactly the way you wish. I'm not sure if that's this case, but nevertheless, the culpability lies with the licensee. And as far as mitigating circumstances, I really don't see any. I understand counsel's argument and I appreciate counsel's arguments. You have taken, you made efforts to ensure this doesn't happen again, and that's good. It's also to be expected from this board, and we appreciate it. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
I agree with everything Commissioner Barnhart said. It's unfortunate the staffing positions, situations in the world these days. I would hope that moving forward, this would give you a little insight to maybe train a little longer, shadow a little longer, so that you don't have to appear before us again. That being said, I'd be prepared now, Mr. Chairman, to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
In the matter of violation hearing for Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Jean Legy for the use of Q168, trading as Sushi Q5, I found you culpable and would assess a fine of $300.
Second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that under case 6549, this board finds the licensee culpable for violating our rule for sale to a minor and assess a fine of $300. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
None. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Gentlemen, thank you for your appearance. We find you culpable and issue a fine of $300, which you have 30 days in which to satisfy upon official notice of the action of this board.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank the board for their consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, my watch says 11:30, and I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to please call case 6550.
All right, case 6550, in the matter of a violation hearing for a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Jessica Brooke Smith and Brian Brooke for the use of New Carriage House Liquors, Inc., trading as New Carriage House Liquors, 113 West Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, violation hearing, sale to a minor. To file this matter, we have the following documents. Notice public hearing, March 28th, 2025. Notice of intention to defend with the box checked, I am pleading culpable, guilty with an explanation. Signed, March 25th, 2025 by Jessica Smith. Acknowledge receipt of the letter dated February 21st, 2025, delivered by hand on February 24th, 2025. Received by Stephanie H. There's a February 21st, 2025 letter from Joe Vance to Jessica Brooks Smith and Brian Brook. Then there is a alcohol compliance violation sheet dated February 20th, 2025, and completed and signed by Inspector Ledley. There's a notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the letterhead Haven and Shoemaker Jr., State's Attorney, and it's signed by Stephanie Hetrick. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Inspector Ledley,
On February 20th, 2025, at approximately 11:38 a.m., I used an underage volunteer to attempt to purchase an alcoholic beverage from Carriage House Liquors store. The volunteer took a six-pack of Bud Light cans from the refrigerator to the cash register. The attendant never asked for an ID and sold the volunteer the beer. The volunteer brought the beer out of the location and gave it to me. He described the cashier as a white female with red hair. I entered the location and located the cashier in the cellar. She identified herself as Stephanie Hetrick. She advised that she did sell the alcohol. She advised that she was busy at the time. She has been working at the location for a month. She is tip certified. She advised that she knows it is a criminal offense to sell alcohol to a minor. And Jessica Smith, the owner, was in the back of the location and was notified of the violation. Ms. Hetrick signed that she would attend the diversion program. The volunteer was 19 at the time, and a follow-up compliance check was conducted on March 20th, 2025, where they passed. If I may give you the evidence, you've seen it.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
We've tripped over his legs.
I wanted that too. I just wanted to see the last one. I wanted to see the ones that covered it.
Yeah, they got ripped off because they don't have certificates. They're expiring 2 years. Unless they're expiring 4 years.
with that, we'll accept them all into evidence. Ms. Kelly, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here this morning with my clients, Brian Brook and Jessica Smith. They are both present and seated to my right. I am going to start by just handing out a packet of things that I'm going to go through. Oh. I don't get this service at zoning appeals board. Thank you. I made copies for each of you just so that you could follow along. I intend on sort of giving you an outline of everything that is before you, and then Jessica and Brian are here should you have any questions of them or want to speak with them specifically. Obviously, none of us like being here this morning for this purpose. My clients were very disappointed that this occurred again in their establishment, As you will recall from their initial licensing hearing, they are both members of the community, very invested, and hold their reputations very seriously. This store, they took ownership of this store January 17th, 2023. And if you'll recall, Miss Smith is Mr. Brooks' niece. They are partners in this business, and Miss Smith runs the property management side of a business where there's an office in the rear of the store that she operates out of. So in the inspector's description, when you noted that she came out of the back of the store, that is, she came out of her office in the rear of the store. There have been 2 past violations for this establishment, both in the winter of 2023. You'll recall from those hearings, which were held concurrently, that that was 1 employee who was terminated at the time. Sorry, if I need to I can take a breath. No?
1 second, Counsel.
Okay.
So, we are talking about.
Pardon us, Ms. Kelly, we
No.
have an inaccuracy here that we
No
need to
worries.
rectify.
Okay, so this is not the violation, this is the hearing date. The date for the hearing. There's two violations here.
It's on the new spreadsheet.
These different sheets are different.
If we can help to clarify anything, I have a lot of dates in front of me too, if you have any questions.
All right, yeah, just, let's let the council clarify for us. I'm sorry.
Could you clarify the actual violation dates in '23?
Yes, there was 1 violation on February 16th of 2023 and 1 violation on March 16th of 2023. As you will recall, those were then both held on 1 hearing date. And as you will recall or may recall from that hearing date, that was 1 employee by the name of Ryan at the time. He was terminated after the 2nd violation. There were many policy changes that were presented to the board at that point in time. One, for example, was at that point, the establishment adopted a card all policy. They had been, the policy prior to that, those violations had been card under 40. They changed to card all. This establishment has never accepted vertical IDs and has always trained on this. As a result of the February and March 2023 violations, there was also a point of sales system installed with a mandatory birth date entry. And then there was also additional signage posted. All of that was explained as part of that hearing at that point in time. So since that point in time, currently this establishment has 4 employees aside from the licensees that are on staff. One additional employee who is currently on maternity leave. So a total of 5 employees plus the license holders themselves. The violation that we're here talking about occurred on February 20th of 2025. It was by an employee by the name of Stephanie. She was a new hire. She had gone through in-house training and was TIP certified. Her first day working in the store was January 14th, 2025. In your packet of exhibits, Exhibit 1 is her TIP certifications from her TIPS training. Exhibit 2 shows a employee acknowledgement form that all employees of the establishment sign upon their being hired, that acknowledge the state's attorney's diversion program and the criminal offenses related to service of a minor or service of an intoxicated person. Exhibit 3 that I've included for you is another in-house training document that the establishment utilizes to reinforce the policy that the establishment does not accept vertical IDs. So these are all, Exhibits 2 and 3 are both in-house documents utilized by Carriage House for employees at the time that they are hired. At the time they are hired, all employees are required to be certified with alcohol management awareness, and then they also go through an in-house training program whereby Jessica trains them on the policies of the store, and then at the conclusion of that training, they are requested to sign these acknowledgement documents, kind of certifying the policies of the establishment. So as a result of this violation, Stephanie was then provided with Exhibit 4 in here, which is, again, an in-house document that the establishment uses as an employee warning, sort of to explain the policies and the actions that are going to be taken. In addition to this employee warning form, which in there states that any future issue, I should say, not just related to alcoholic beverages, but any future issue with that employee can be cause for termination. In addition to this form being provided to Stephanie, she was also put on a 90-day probation period, and her hours were cut. She has otherwise presented herself as a responsible employee. So for those reasons, and after both of the owners having met and spoken with her personally and discussed the situation with her, they felt that this was a reasonable course of action. There's no excuse. There never is an excuse for these violations. I will say that, as the inspector stated in his report, she relayed that she was busy at that time and she was going through some personal and medical issues. But again, it's not an excuse for violating your in-house policies as well as all of your additional training. I did want to go through a few overall notes on the establishment. As a result of this, the establishment has now taken on an additional point of sale system, which mandates every customer's ID be scanned. So prior to this, there was a POS system installed that required a birth date entry, but that's just like a manual. You look at an ID and you punch in a birth date. Now there has been a different point of sale system installed that requires a scan of an ID before it will allow you to proceed with the transaction. So the Exhibit 5 in your packet are 2 signs that are now in the establishment. The first photograph there is the forward-facing sign notifying customers of this policy that every ID will have to be scanned. The second sign is an employee-directed sign at the register notifying all employees. I mean, obviously, there has also been verbal notification and in-house training on this, but this is just a reminder at the point-of-sale system itself that every ID must be scanned before the transaction can be processed. That point of sale system was implemented on March 19th, that new point of sale system, and with that updated signage posted accordingly. I have also, you might recall, because I will submit to you that this is a fairly unique characteristic of this establishment, but this establishment keeps a detailed daily log book. It's just a composition notebook that they keep in the front at the register, and every day their employees make notes of sales deliveries, those sorts of things. They also note any time that there's an incident or that there's been a refusal to serve for any sort of reason. And so what I have done is Exhibit 6 is my sort of summary of the log from these dates, and then Exhibit 7 are the actual logbook pages. But if you look to this incident log, I think what I would say to you that this summarizes is that this is indicative of responsible in-house training of employees. You can note between the dates of February 2nd, 2025 and March 20th, so not even a 2-month period, there were 14 denials of service for people for various reasons, presenting vertical IDs, presenting what appeared to be a fake ID, not having an ID, 2 people showing up and only 1 person having a valid ID. There's various reasons, but there were 14 refusals to serve during that time period. And in fact, one of those refusals to serve was noted as a cadet on February 17th. Does that, I don't know if you guys have notes of that, but February 17th was noted as refusal to serve a cadet as well. So, wasn't
So
yours?
I was going to ask, is this only
Oh, I'm
liquor,
sorry,
or
that
is
was,
this
that
liquor
was
and cigarettes?
cigarettes, I apologize, that was a
Okay,
tobacco
that's what
cadet.
my question
Okay.
was gonna be.
Gotcha, okay, and then 3 days later was the violation date. So yes, but thank you for pointing that out, Jessica, because one of my notes was also that this establishment has passed all of its state compliant cigarette checks as well, in terms of IDing individuals for cigarette sales. Stephanie, the clerk responsible, has also been corresponding with the state's attorney's office and is completing the Catherine's Calls Victim Impact Panel. And I believe, as the inspector noted, this establishment did pass its follow-up compliance check. So I provide you with all of the exhibits, not to say that the violation didn't occur or that they are not responsible, but just to show that this violation is not indicative of the training that the establishment actually puts forward of its employees. And these two license holders take their responsibility seriously, the store seriously, and the training seriously. And despite the fact that I know you've heard this numerous times, they have done as much as they can to try to prevent this sort of situation from occurring, and we hope that you will take that into consideration in your hearing today. This was an employee who disregarded her training that day and has since had numerous reminders, follow-up trainings, meetings, and warnings to remind her of that, and otherwise, like I said, presents herself as a responsible employee, and for that reason has been provided those warnings and not immediately terminated. I can assure you that the establishment will not hesitate to terminate any employee who disregards the in-house training policies and or presents themselves in any other manner than being a responsible employee. I will also submit to you, as I did in the first hearing, that this incident log is really a unique feature of the system, at least from my professional experience. This incident log is a fairly unique characteristic of this establishment, which I think speaks again to the overall management and care that they give to the license. So we are here, we are happy to answer any questions. I have spoken this morning with both of my clients, and they are both still digesting this violation and the implications of this to the establishment, and they feel that it would be appropriate if this board consider a 10-day suspension of their license in lieu of a fine, to provide them with the opportunity to regroup and consider any additional strategies that they can put in place to prevent any future incidents. So we would respectfully consider that this board consider that request for a 10-day suspension in lieu of a fine, to give them an opportunity to continue to sort of strategize what they can do better in this regard. So, thank you.
Commissioners, questions?
What is the carding policy? Is there an age limit policy? Is there a card everyone policy?
It's a card all policy. It was changed from an age policy after the February and March 2023 violations. It was changed to a card all policy.
And so this particular clerk had to put in a birth date to make the sale, I guess, made it up, right? Because they had to put in a birth date to make the sale, so.
So the system at the time of the violation.
Ma'am, please state your name and address for the record.
Yourself and address.
Okay,
Name and address.
Jessica Smith, the address, the business address?
That's okay.
113 West Main Street, Westminster 21157. So the system that we had in place when the violation occurred, we would get that, you could either put in an ID from the person's license, or somebody could bypass the system that we are using now. You actually physically have to scan the ID. So if they don't have an ID, or that ID is expired or anything, it won't scan. It can't be, the purchase can't be completed at all.
But at the time of this violation, your policy was card all.
Yes.
And then the employee bypassed the
You
system.
could, yes.
Without a date.
You
because
could look at it, you
bypass
could look at the
then.
date, confirm in your head, and just push a button, which is why we're
Can you
switching.
tell, I mean, I didn't even ask you to pull this, but could
Yes.
you tell, like, if a clerk either bypassed or just put in a fake date?
So not
Like, does your
with,
system track
not with the
that?
current system, but it looks like the new system that we're getting actually can save like the customer, like their ID and stuff, so that they'd have like a phone number to put in, but, yeah.
So the new system's not in place yet?
It is,
Oh,
it
it
is
is
in
now.
place, I just haven't figured out all the bells
Gotcha,
and
gotcha.
whistles yet.
So I have a question. I think the testimony is that clerk never asked for an ID,
Correct,
so there was nothing to bypass.
right. She would have just put in a birthday, or just put in a random number, which was something that could happen with that system.
If she just put in a random number and she's still employed by you?
Well, she probably put in the zeros, because when we have regular customers that come, that are there every single day, they usually just put in their own birth date. So that's probably what she did.
Was she of the opinion that she was allowed by the licensees to bypass the system?
No, they're not supposed to do that unless it's a customer that comes in every single day that we know.
Okay, so it looks like she deliberately,
Yes, which is.
Bypassed
she
the system.
delivered- Yeah, she bypassed it without, she should not have bypassed it, which is why she was given the write-up and told that she would be terminated immediately if there was any kind of other issue, not just even IDing, like Kelly said. The basis of the terminate, or the warning, which was a one, like, this is it warning, if anything, being late, anything at all, she would be terminated.
how long has she been employed by you?
Her start date was January the 14th, 2025.
So she's a new employee. She deliberately violates your policy, puts your license in jeopardy. She bypasses the compliance check system that you had in place at the time, and she's still employed.
She is, yes.
Is she related to anybody?
No,
I like the other employee. Kelly, I think she recognized the person with what she said to us.
Why don't- Brian, would you please introduce yourself, stating your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you. My name is Brian Brooke, and my address is 113 West Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. And I've interviewed Stephanie several times and have spent a lot of time watching this very, very closely. We're perfectly willing to let her go, believe me. But I think she's a good person, and I think that she made an honest mistake. She said to me that we get so many regulars that come in on a daily basis. A lot of our traffic comes in every single day, almost 7 days a week. She said she recognized the person or thought that it was a regular, and she clearly was wrong. She clearly made an error. I don't think she's, I don't work the computer, so I don't know about putting in the bypassing it, but I don't think that she would bypass something intentionally, and I think that she clearly said that she recognized them. A lot of times you see the same persons 7 days a week.
So this is mistaken identity is what she told you.
Yes, sir.
Because if she knew this person, she would know this person is underage. If she recognized him as a daily or regular
truly
customer,
recognized
Customized
that
them, yes.
causes a problem for New Carriage House Liquors.
No, she thought he was a regular customer and had
But he
qualified. Correct. Absolutely. She made an error, a mistake.
Commissioners, are there questions of licensee, Ms. Kelly or Inspector?
I got a question.
Well, I have one more question. She told our inspector that it was very busy, and that's the reason why this happened?
Yes, sir. If I might add, there was one person in the location trying to get a lottery machine, and from what I was told from her, and I didn't need to put it in here, it was her boyfriend. That was the only other person in the store.
Her boyfriend was trying to get a lottery ticket?
Yes, sir.
So she was handling the lottery machine as well as alcohol sales?
Yes, sir, but there was just my volunteer and her boyfriend in the store at the time.
So you wouldn't characterize it as particularly busy?
No, sir.
As far as the lottery and the liquor sales, there's not the, it's not like I don't know if she was busy that day or not. I know she was having some busy things in her life which would distract her. But that's absolutely no excuse whatsoever. But as far as one person doing the lottery and the liquor, it's not like you need 2 or 3 people at that counter. There's not that many customers in there. I think one person's, and I've watched that, because obviously it's the payroll, I watch the expenses, and it's never busy enough to warrant, 2, 3 people or a full-time person just to do lottery or stocking or that type of thing. I watched how Mr. Patel operated the business for 20-some years, and I met with Mr. Patel probably 3 or 4, that was the man that owned it before me, I'm sorry. And I met with him for 3 or 4 years before we bought this. And I've been in that store many, many, many times. He ran it almost always by himself, Lottery, stocking, cleaning or lack thereof, and then the sales, always himself. I think Fridays or Saturday nights, maybe he would have his wife or his son come in.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And before, Mr. Benford, you ask your question, I think the testimony is there are 2 prior violations. There were close proximity, and that's it, besides this one?
Yes, sir.
Give me the date.
As we said, 4/11/2023 and 3/16/2023.
So 4/11,
It was, I don't think it was 4/11.
The discrepancy is, I think the hearing was on 4/11. Ms. Kelly had the actual date there.
yeah, our wave chart might be a little bit off.
As a preview inspector, I'm just going by what was inputted. We go by what's inputted. But there was two violations back in,
And their 2
month of pay.
violations were the first and second time they had ever been checked.
yes.
For the new owner?
No, second and third time.
No, because you have that 2/16/2023, that was the first violation according to Kelly's records.
Okay, then,
The first violation was February 16th, 2023. The second was 3/16/2023. From my recollection, the second was the follow-up inspection.
Right.
And the hearing was held on April
I
12th,
apologize, I'll go
2023.
by what's.
Yeah, I have the folder here, so it was
Okay.
their first and second check, because they got the new license approved in 2022, December 14th was the
So
approval.
that goes red, and then 4/11 goes black. Okay.
So the only confusion is where it should be red on a couple of our sheets, it's black. I apologize to council and our clients for trying to sort that out, maybe
No
ahead of time.
worries. And
That's
I
why
did
I-
want to point out, Jessica just reminded me, and I'm glad she did, that the second compliance check, which was passed immediately after this violation, was Stephanie, the same employee. She passed the follow-up compliance check.
So you testify that you have regulars that you recognize and don't card. So what happens moving forward with the scanner? Is that still going to be in place, or are you going to be like, no, everybody gets scanned?
So I put that
Whether we saw
sign
you
up.
2 hours ago, or?
Right, yeah, no, the sign that Kelly showed in the exhibit, I put that up like immediately as soon as we decided that that was what we were gonna do. And I was telling all the regulars, sorry, you don't have a light. I've had people come in and go, but my ID's expired and I've been coming in every day for I said, well, you better hurry up. The MVA can send it to you because you have to have it. So it doesn't matter who, even me, I don't care. Like, you're gonna scan my ID too. Yeah.
You had a question, Mr. Benford?
Yeah.
So you,
I'm sorry.
Based upon what you just said, to serve alcohol, that person must have a verifiable ID. So in the past, did I misunderstand you that if it was a regular customer, not necessarily did they have an ID if you knew they were over age?
No.
Or expired license, they would serve them too.
Right. You can't expire, or you can't serve with an expired license. I'm telling people that it doesn't matter what their, they all have reasons.
Your TIPS TAM certified?
Yeah. I've had their
What valid IDs, what valid IDs are acceptable?
only ones that are current and not expired and not vertical.
But what are those?
The state one and the passport. And that's about the only ones that I've seen.
Passport's no longer acceptable.
They changed that
Yes.
We did recently change that.
recently? Okay.
Inspector Bedford, you had a question?
Yes. The TIPS 360, you took the training online?
Mhm.
All right.
That was in January, like before we took over the store.
TIPS 360 is not valid online. You have to have it, you have to, okay, dismiss. Read the paragraph down. To be a valid online training, they have to have a test, in-person test. If you go on the TIPS 360 website, it does say this training is not valid in Maryland.
So there is no one TIPS or TAM certified then?
Now, if they all took online training,
Yeah, because when we took
They
over,
did at the
that's what we
time.
were given from the previous.
yeah, TIPS 360 is not, the TIPS 360 itself, the TIPS not 360 might have valid, but TIPS 360 is not valid
So
online.
basically, I think Maryland law requires a test, a written test.
Correct. In-person written test.
And we will make sure that anyone who needs to gets enrolled in
That includes,
most likely the next class with Keith, but if not, an alternative
and that
program.
includes a licensee.
Oh, yeah.
Right, anyone who need, yeah, we'll take a look back, and anyone who has not been in the accurate at this point in time course will get enrolled.
Commissioners, other questions?
I have no further questions, but I have a preliminary motion to make if there are no further questions, but, you know, after evidence is taken.
With that, evidence is now closed. Ms. Kelly, would you like to make a closing comment or two or three?
I really think I sort of gave you my closing comment already, but I will just reemphasize that I think you have before you two people who do take this seriously and who will do anything they can to make sure that this establishment is managed correctly and that no infractions do occur. And unfortunately, across the board, we still see things happen with the best run operations and ones that aren't run so well. And I wish that there was a magic solution to that. If there were, I guess I would have less work. But I do think that to the extent they really are doing as much as they can in this training program that they have in-house. And it is a limited number of employees, so that is a feasible thing for them to implement, and they have done so. They will continue doing so, and I hope that you take that into consideration in your deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you. Inspector Ledford?
No, sir. No comments.
And I will remind you that we have respectfully requested you to consider a 10-day suspension in lieu of a fine to give this business sort of an opportunity to digest and consider how to make any additional changes that they could going forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, testimony and evidence is closed. This board will now discuss the merits of the case as presented in testimony and evidence. Hopefully come to a conclusion and resolution. With that,
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we take a brief recess to discuss the disposition of this case and perhaps seek legal advice.
I second that motion.
Motion been properly made and second that we recess to take legal advice. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. We're back in session.
I make a motion to go back into,
Second?
We were in closed session to talk about the evidence and the penalties, potential penalties based on the two violations in 2023 on the same for sale to minors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion if there are unless there is other discussion.
no other discussion?
No discussion?
No discussion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion. First, I want to have a preamble, a preliminary discussion with council. The board is in favor of your request or your suggestion for the disposition in this case. And there's the issue, if we impose a 10-day suspension, the order would include dates. However, since there is an appeal right, that could change the dates that this board would contemplate putting into an order. So if you find, I'll tell you what the proposed motion is, and then let me know if you feel that it may be appealed, and then I will change the motion to make the dates comport with your rights to appeal. So the board is favorable to suspending the license as requested for 10 days and imposing a $1,200 fine to be suspended at, if the licensee is in compliance with all rules and regulations for a 12-month period beginning on the day that they reopen after the suspension takes place. The $1,200 fine basically was calculated based on the previous fine, which was $900, but $300 was suspended. So rather than double the $900, we decided to double the $600, but suspend that. So that is the proposed motion. And if council, if you wish to consult with clients to see if that's acceptable, and that they do not want to appeal it, then I'll go ahead and formally make it.
I appreciate that. Can you just give us a moment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm gonna get some cake. It's coconut. Oh, okay.
Not the intern.
Oh, no.
Joe, do you want these for their file, or I don't have any need for them, but I don't know.
I've got one in there.
Oh, you got one too? I didn't know if you needed one upstairs or.
Certainly is solemn.
They're thinking about lunch, that's what it is.
Mr. Dixon, how's Mom?
He's doing all right. Yeah. That's sweet.
Thank you for giving us a moment. As comes to no surprise to me, my client confirmed that they have no interest in appealing the decision. They would request respectfully that perhaps the 10 days start after the start of May, because May 1st is a big rental collection payment for their rental properties, and the office is located in the store. So if we could start the 10-day suspension around May 7th or sometime, that gives them that window to still operate without, not that they couldn't, but you know, it's just logistically difficult. From May 7th forward, that would be helpful to also provide their employees with some notice that they'll be out of work for a 10-day period.
Nine. Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion at this time.
Please
In the-
proceed.
In the case number 6550, I move that this board find the licensees culpable for violation of sale to an underage person, and that we impose a 10-day suspension to run consecutively from May 10th, no, I'm sorry, May 9th through May 19th, and a $1,200 fine suspended if for 12 months there are no violations for this establishment. And the 12 months is to begin to run on the day they reopen, which would be May 20th.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barnhart, actually, May 19th would be the
The date they reopen?
reopening day, yes. If you count the 9th through the 18th, that's 10-day
1,
consecutive.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I got the 18th. Wait a minute.
18th, yeah,
Oh, so it's May 9th
Ninth.
through May 18th.
correct,
And May 19th is the date of reopen.
correct.
Okay, so then I will amend that motion, that the suspension will run from May 9th through May, yeah, 18th, to reopen on May 19th, and the fine of $1,200 is suspended if there are no violations for 12 months beginning on May 19th, 2025. Did I get that right?
Yes. I second that motion.
Okay, a motion has properly been made and seconded that we find the licensee culpable of a sale to a minor and issue a 10-day suspension beginning on May the 9th through May the 18th, and a $1,200 fine would be suspended if there's no violations for the next 12 months beginning on 5/19/25 to 26. Is there any discussion further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, so ordered. We find you, the licensee, culpable and suspend your license for 10 days beginning on May the 9th, to be reopened on May the 19th, and include a $1,200 fine that will be suspended if there are no further violations for the next 12 months beginning 5/19/25, concluding on 5/19/26. You will have 30 days in which to satisfy the violation upon official notice from this office. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Hearing none, thank you very much. Ms. Kelly, thank you, and
Thank you.
best wishes to the licensee for future success.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have to worry about that.
He has it turned off. That's why he was pressing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good luck.
Thank you.
Let's do a couple things right here, right quick, before we adjourn. We got a request from Sierra Restaurant, City Park Gaming, and Lost Line to participate in the beer strolls.
And Sarah's right above. Talk about them.
I thought I said that, Sarah's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah, I
misunderstood.
think you left off,
Johansson's, no, we did Johansson's
Did we do
for
it?
you.
Okay, so Sarah and City Park, I have
Yeah.
no
Is there any
objection.
objections to those three?
no.
And Lost Line.
Usually sniper shoot them.
Okay, and Cinco de Mayo, he was here, and we pretty much agreed that he could do that again. Is there any objection to
No
that?
objection.
No.
Let's take it from there. We hereby adjourned until 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Board of License Commissioners for Carroll County is now back in session, and I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, if we call our next case 6552, please.
All right, case 6552, an application for the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license from Alley Cat LLC to Keshavam Inc. to be issued to Dara A. Patel and Bhadresh J. Patel for the use of Keshavam Inc., trading as J&G Liquors, 2027 Suffolk Road, Suite 6, Finksburg, Maryland, 21048 in Election District 4. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, March 28th, 2025. A comment memo, response from Lisa Staley, Health Department. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Lisa Staley, Director. 3/12/2025. A comment memo response from Belinda Gasell, Collections Office. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gasell, Collections Supervisor. There's a March 10th, 2025 letter from Joe Vance to Ms. Kyra Towles, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. Then there is a March 10th, 2025 letter from Joe Vance to Dara A. Patel. And there is an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, MVA information, a lease, naturalization certificates, workman's comp insurance, SDAT information, stock information, articles of incorporation, floor plan, plot plan, asset purchase agreement, other licensed establishments. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance. Anybody that's going to testify, pro, con, or otherwise?
In any way.
Even the character references?
Yes.
Okay, stand up, guys.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All may be seated. May I remind you that as you testify the first time, please state your full name and address and spell your last name for the record. With that, I assume you're going to partake and present the case?
That's the plan. That's what I'm here for, sir. Kelsey Longacre, Gordon Feinblatt, LLC, counsel for Keshavam. I have practiced that multiple times this morning because I had said it Keshavam for a while and was very wrong. If you may, board chairs, it's been a minute since I have been before Carroll County. Do you prefer that I proffer information or that I ask my clients to provide answers to questions?
We want questions answered, right?
The latter, probably.
The latter? Okay. All right. That being said, I will spend a very brief amount of time letting you know Keshavam is a relatively new business, as most businesses that are taking over for licenses are. The applicants that I bring before you, however, are not inexperienced. In particular, Mr. Bhadresh Patel is manager at a liquor store now and has been for quite some time. And Ms. Dara Patel is married to someone, not Bhadresh, who is in the business as well. So if the board would like, I will start with Dara, and then we'll move on to Bhadresh, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Dara, you'll need to swear in.
Okay.
her full name and, no, she's already been sworn.
Okay.
State your full name and address.
Dara A. Patel, Patel, address 6056 Signal Flame Lane, Clarksville, Maryland, 21029.
Thank you.
Dara, what is your ownership interest in Keshavam?
Percentage?
Your percentage of ownership?
60%.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in biological science and a master's in healthcare administration.
And what's your employment background?
I've worked in healthcare all my life. My previous experience was I was a practice manager for a internal medicine private practice.
And have you ever worked for a business that's held a liquor license previously?
I have not.
And have you ever been on a liquor license previously?
I have not.
And does your spouse have an ownership interest in any license in the state of Maryland?
Yes.
And what's the name of that business? What type of business is it, and where is it located?
It's a liquor store. It's called Ridgeway Liquors in Catonsville, Maryland.
And what have you done to prepare yourself to be a licensee?
I have went through the alcohol awareness course, certification and training with Carol Cares with Keith Benfer.
And have you spent time in any stores, getting yourself familiar with the process?
I have helped my husband with his store, and I have also shadowed. So I do have a little bit of knowledge in terms of customer care and such.
Okay. And when did you complete your alcohol awareness training?
Last year, December 2024.
Have you created a business plan for the store?
Yes,
And does that include financial projections?
correct.
And do you believe that there will be additional growth under your ownership of the store?
We do.
And do you anticipate that the store will carry different products than it carries currently?
Yes.
And what types of different products might that be?
We would like to focus on local wines and beers to promote, to help local businesses as well.
Miss, could you pull that microphone
Sure.
for you just a little bit?
Would you like her to repeat her answer?
No, I could
Okay.
hear her fine, but she fades out a little bit every now and then. so.
Have you been to the store location?
Yes, I have.
Do you know what the square footage of the store is?
1,200.
1,200 square feet?
12, yes, 1,200.
Are there security cameras at the store?
Yes.
Do you plan on changing security cameras?
Yes, if it needs be.
And do you know how many parking spots there are for the store?
It's a rather big parking lot. There's plenty of available parkings.
Okay, so do you believe that there's enough parking to absorb additional clients
Yes.
if there is growth at the store? Okay. And what do you plan for the hours to be of the store under your ownership?
Monday through Thursday, 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Saturday, Sundays will be 9:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. And Sundays will be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, and how often do you plan to be at the store?
Almost throughout the week, in the mornings, and as needed.
Okay. And do you know where the storage locations are for alcohol?
In the back of the store.
Okay. And who has access to storage of alcohol? Or who
The-
will have access?
The employees.
Who will be ordering alcohol for the store?
That would be Butherish and myself.
And do you know how many employees you plan on having?
It would be Butherish, myself, full-time, planning to employ a full-time and couple of part-times,
How many is a couple?
2 to 3.
And who's going to be doing the hiring and firing of employees?
Butherish and myself.
And does the store have policies and procedures in place for alcohol safety?
Yes.
And what happens if a staff member violates the policies and procedures of the store?
They'll be fired.
And what happens if a staff member violates the rules and regulations of the Carroll County Liquor Board?
They will be fired as well.
Are you familiar with where schools are in relation to the store?
Yes.
Okay, and how close are the closest schools?
The Sandmount Elementary School is 0.7 miles, I believe, and the Gerstel Academy is 1.1 mile.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that the transfer of the liquor license will have a negative impact on the neighborhood?
I do not.
I have no further questions for Dara. The board have any questions for Ms. Patel?
Do you have questions at this time?
What will your policy be on vertical license, the accepting of vertical license?
We will not be accepting.
And do you have a policy that will put a carding minimum? Like some people say, if you look under 40, we'll card you. Do you have something like that in place?
Of course. Card anyone under 40, no vertical license. We will hold the license. If there's any discrepancy, we will ask for secondary identification, ask questions if we are unsure.
And do you plan on alcohol management training all of your employees, some of your employees?
All of them.
Okay. And will you have an in-house training, employee handbook per se, that you'll have them
Yes.
sign and
Yes.
verify that they know everything, that the policies and procedures of the
Yeah.
organization? Okay, thank you.
Will you keep the name?
Yes.
So I think you just said that you'll have all employees receive alcohol management training under state law, and you also have an in-house training. Was that your testimony? Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of this young lady before we move on? If not,
We will move on to Bhadresh Patel then. Sorry, everyone
Yes, ma'am.
here today with me is a Patel, so I'm using first names. Bhadresh, you'll need to state your name and address for the board.
Yeah, name is Bhadresh J. Patels. Last name is Patel, Patel. Address is 3107 West Spring Drive, apartment number D, Ellicott City, Maryland, 21043.
Bhadresh, what is your ownership interest in Keshavam?
40%.
And what is your educational background?
Bachelor's in Commerce.
And what is your employment background?
Totals, I have 8 years experience in liquor stores. From 2014 to 2018, I work as a cashier in Branch Avenue liquor store located in PG County. And 2018 to 2021, I work as a manager in Osborne Liquors in Upper Marlboro, PG County.
And obviously, you've worked for a business that's held liquor licenses. Are you aware of any violations that have happened on those licenses while you were working there?
No.
Have you ever been a licensee for a liquor license before?
No.
What have you done to prepare yourself to be a licensee other than your experience working in liquor stores?
I read the Carroll County Liquor Board rules and regulations, and I finished the alcohol awareness training, 5-hour trainings from TIPS.
Okay. And when was your TIPS training?
It's in April 14, 2024.
And are you familiar with the business plan for the store?
Yes.
Okay. And you have created financial projections?
Yes.
And you believe that there will be additional growth under ownership of Keshavam?
Yes.
Do you anticipate that the store will offer different products moving forward?
Yes, of course.
And Ms. Patel testified that that was going to be more local beers and wines. Obviously, you are working in liquor stores now. Can you identify any other products that you think you'll be offering that are different?
So we offer local beers and local wines, liquors, and we add some stuff as per our customer requirements, and we do marketings. We do advertise on social media like Facebook, Instagrams, and we do try to add coupons, and as well as we add our rewards programs for regular customers.
Okay. So that's a lot more than just the products, but thank you. And I'm assuming you have been to the store location, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, what is the square footage of the store?
1,200 square foot.
Okay, and do you know how many parking spots there are for the store?
There is a big shopping center, so there is plenty of parking available.
And there is enough parking to absorb additional clients?
Yes.
Okay. And how many entrances and exits does the store have?
Two, like one entrance and one exit.
Okay, and where are those in relation to the footprint of the store? Where is the entrance, where is the exit?
Entrance in the front side of the doors and exit is the back side of the.
Okay, and is the exit accessible to the public? Can anybody come in through the back?
Yes.
Like clientele will come in through the back or
Not
just
the
staff?
client, not the customers, but for the delivery purpose.
Okay. And does the store currently have security cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And do you plan on adding security cameras?
Yes.
Do you know what the hours of the store will be moving forward?
So we try Monday to Thursday, 9:30 to 9:30, Friday, Saturday, 9:30 to 10, and again Sunday, 10 to 8.
And where is alcohol stored at the?
The back side of
building?
the store.
Okay, and who has access to the storage of the alcohol?
Employees and managers,
Okay, and who will be ordering the alcohol?
myself and Dara too.
How often do you plan to be at the store?
40 hours a week.
And how many employees do you intend to hire?
One full-time and 2 part-time.
And who will be doing the hiring and the firing of the employees?
Myself and Dara,
Okay, and does the store have policies and procedures for alcohol safety?
yes.
And if a staff member violates those policies and procedures, what will happen?
We just fired me.
Okay, and if that or a staff member violates the rules and regulations of the liquor board, what will happen?
Yes, same rule, just fire me.
Do you have any reason to believe that transferring this license will have a negative impact on the neighborhood?
No.
I have no further questions for Mr. Patel.
I would just have a comment for both of you. In Carroll County, we have a program with the State's Attorney's Office in case one of your employees or you make an underage sale and you're violated by this board. Under Maryland law, that can be a crime. You could be criminally prosecuted by the State's Attorney's Office. So what we do is we advise our state's attorney when such an underage sale takes place and the server or the clerk or the licensee has an opportunity to avoid a criminal charge by taking part in a program, Catherine's calls up here, that deals with unfortunate things of drinking and driving and so forth. So I want to make you aware of that if you aren't already aware of it. And also, it's a very good thing to tell any employees, if we were to grant you this application, let the employees know that in Carroll County, if they make an underage sale, there's a strong likelihood that they will get a message from the State's Attorney's Office because it is a crime and they'll have the opportunity to avoid criminal prosecution. But we ask our inspectors when they do a compliance check to inquire whether the person who sold to an underage understands that it's a crime in the county. And so far, licensees have been getting better and better at that. So I just would encourage you in your hiring process to make that part of your training.
Sounds good.
Mr. Patel, are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
I thought he said he wasn't here.
He said, it says in it, he is not.
She is not, she is.
He is
Oh,
not.
she is.
The law, in
That's what I was just going to ask, to get clarification, so it has changed, so it,
You don't have to be
Okay.
a citizen to be on.
on the license,
Because there is already a U.S. citizen on the license, if we grant the transfer.
right. But then what happens if the citizen goes off?
Well, it's a bridge that gets crossed when it happens.
Gotcha, okay. It's the only question I had, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will say, Joe asked that early on, so she and I already had this conversation. She,
And as I understand it, the Keshavan Inc., just 2 directors, 2 officers, 2 shareholders.
Yes.
And Mr. Patel, you testify, you do have liquor store experience. You have worked in liquor stores for, I think you said 8 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did the store you work at ever have any violations of sale to minor that you know of?
No.
So I think the testimony was, you would be there in the mornings, mostly,
Yes.
and I guess you're going to be there in the, more like later in the day?
Later,
evenings?
yes, like, yes.
Counsel, what was your last name again?
Longacre, Longaker.
Should we share about what Keith was talking about with Tips 360?
Sure.
Do we have, I'm not through this thing yet, but do we have in here certificates of completion for alcohol awareness for anybody?
No, but we would have that before we issued the license. I don't think there's any in there.
I don't believe that they were submitted yet, but I can certainly get those in your hands ASAP.
Something that's just recently come to our attention is that there's a Tips 360
Yes, ma'am.
that's totally online, and it's not valid. There is a tips class that is online and valid. The difference is you have to take a test in person. So if your tips class required an in-person test, it's fine. If it didn't, it's not valid.
And Ms. Patel stated that she went through Keith's class.
I did.
We know that one's valid.
Commissioners, other questions?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm just waiting here a second before we hear from the previous owners. Let's hear from your character witnesses. And they can come to that microphone behind you there, state their full name and address, spell their last name for the record, please.
My name is Hiren Patel, last name Patel, Patel.
Could you spell your first name?
Hiren, Hiren, and address is 8033 Blue Stream Drive, Elkridge, Maryland 21075.
And you are testifying on behalf of who?
I'm testifying on behalf of both Dara Patel and Badris Patel. I have known Dara for almost 15 years now, and Badris Bhai for almost 4 years now.
And in what capacity do you know each?
For Dara, I know her since the first year of college. We have been very good friends, and Badris Bhai, I've met him in social events, and I've known him since about 4 years. And Badris Bhai's wife started working in my business, so I would see him on a regular basis, and also that he works at my cousin's store, so I started seeing him more. But both of them, the only thing I can say is good things. They have their own principles, and they like to follow things that are by law. So I've never seen any trouble from Dara. I've known her for 15 years and always a good person. And same for Badris Bhai.
What type of business are you in?
I'm in a Dunkin' Donuts business.
I would have bet $100 on that.
That's right.
Do you feel,
Yet we have no donuts.
do you feel that they are fit and proper persons to hold an alcoholic beverage license in Maryland?
Yes, I do.
Any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. This is Dhiren Patel, Dhiren
PATEL. My address is 6056 Signal Flame, Clarksville, Maryland, 21029.
And are you testifying on behalf of both or
Yes.
one?
Both of them.
How do you know?
So Dara is my wife. I know her since college years, and Brothers Bay is my manager at my store.
You have a liquor store, right?
Yes, I have a liquor store.
Now, here's your chance to say anything that you want to in an uncomplimentary basis about her.
No, no.
Not encouraging that, we're just saying.
I had a chance. I had a chance in 2019. I didn't say that time, so I'm good now.
Do you think she's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yeah, she is good.
She's okay.
It's just not at home, though. But she's good at the store.
How long have you had a liquor store?
I had it once we got married, 2022. 2022, 2021, I forgot.
Ridgeway?
Ridgeway Liquors, yeah.
Testimony?
Yeah.
You say she's fit and proper. How about this gentleman?
Oh, he's very good. He's very good.
He's a good old boy.
Yeah, very good.
And he's fit and proper to hold a liquor license.
Yes, he's fit and proper, yeah.
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You had your chance. You blew it, so it's okay.
Hi, my name is Sheetal Patel, Sheetal. Last name Patel, Patel.
Can you respell that slower, please?
Yeah, Sheetal.
Thank you.
And last name Patel, Patel. And my address is 6691 Chateau Bay Court, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784.
How long have you known each and
So Dara is my sister-in-law, so I know her 8+ years. And Badras Bhai, I know him through the temple and social event, so 5+ years.
do you feel that they're either or both are fit and proper persons to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Now, since she's your sister-in-law, you got a chance too, if you want.
I will leave that on my brothers.
Other questions?
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we've reached the point. Do we have the current licensees, I believe?
Hello, Donna McGuire, McGuire, 1722 Peppermint Lane, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I
You
am
are
the
one of the
current
current licensees?
Yes, I am.
You agree to the sale of
Yes, I do.
business?
Yes.
How long have you known the purchasers?
By address, I have met several times in the last about 6 months. So since we started the sale process, Dara, I have just met recently.
Okay? And you're okay with the sale?
Yes, I am. My husband and I are transitioning to retirement, and we're looking for a much younger buyer to move, to grow the store, and I think they're a very good candidate.
Questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, you may proceed.
Well, I have no further questions for either one of my applicants, and we would submit that they are both fit and proper and would request that the board grant them a license.
Any questions? No further questions. Testimony and evidence has now been presented and is now closed. Would you like to make any summary remarks?
I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you very much. Therefore, all testimony and so forth is closed. This board will deliberate the application and hopefully come to a resolution. Commissioners?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the council's presentation was thorough and complete. We appreciate that. You gave us the information we need to make our decisions. And I think the evidence is more than sufficient that these two applicants are quite proper to hold this requested liquor license. I think that they are taking over a pretty good store, a successful store, and I think that you understand what it takes to be successful. I'm sure that the current licensees have explained the business to you, and that you hope to proceed successfully in the future. The information that we have about how you will conduct the sales with regard to minors is very good, and we're very happy to hear that you're really aware of that being a problem with this board, underage sales, and also sales to people who might already be under the influence. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
I agree with everything Commissioner Barnhart said. I could tell when Dara testified the passion in her voice and on her face of how she wants the facility to move forward. I think you have some good plans. I think you'll do well moving forward. That being said, I would prepare to make a motion. In case number 6552, an application for the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license from Alley Cat LLC to Keshvaham, sorry if I butchered it, to be issued to Dar Patel and Bhadresh J. Patel for the use of Keshvavam, trading as J&G Liquors. I motion that we approve the application transfer.
I second that motion.
There's a proper motion made and seconded that this board approve the application for the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license from Alley Cat LLC to Kesham Inc. to be issued to Dar A. Patel and Patrice J. Patel for the use of Keshavan Inc., trading as J&G Liquors, 2027 Suffolk Road, Suite 6 in Finksburg, Maryland. Is there any further discussion on the motion? No. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, so forth. The ayes have it. Congratulations. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The license is pending any unresolved papers or anything like that, so.
At least the alcohol awareness certificates, we know those need to come in.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
Actually, have a certificate
Is it a copy or is it the original? Okay. We have an original certificate with us, apparently. Do you have the ability to make a copy of it, Joe, or? We can just send it over.
Just send it,
Okay.
because
Thank you.
I don't know the codes for the copier on this floor, so.
There, that is a.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some other items to finish up here. We have a request from Thunderhead Bowl to get permission to remodel a restaurant and bar area with a drawing of plans.
Nice shot.
Which we've got here.
Drawings. I think the second one is the more definitive, but I don't remember for sure.
Is it just an expansion of the existing, does it look like to you, or?
I think they're just moving something around.
Because both pictures look exactly alike, but the one has a
The one has a
larger footprint
drawing
around the.
or a red line around something than the other one.
No changes, no changes.
If Keith knows, he'll text me.
Oh, it looks like maybe they're expanding the footprint. Take a peek.
Miller Patel? I didn't know that they had that
Do what?
I just bought that recently.
Oh, it was recently, yeah.
It was, we saw that hearing a couple months ago.
No changes, Dunning. No changes, no changes.
I think they're just rearranging stuff, basically.
It's like they're maybe expanding the footprint and shifting some things across.
Before we were going to remodel the entire bowling alley, now we're just doing a remodel on the restaurant and bar. So, is that is just, is that
That's
is
the
that
only
means?
thing I can, because both
Thing
pictures
I
look,
can think of.
yeah, both pictures look exactly the same, except for the,
Yeah, they're the same picture, but
with a larger spot around that.
if that's what that is,
If that's what that is.
sure doesn't tell me what they're doing.
Is there any expansion on the request at all that you just, this is just what you got, just that, okay.
And Keith had asked him to send the second drawing because he felt like,
The first one didn't really, yeah.
I'm not sure the second one does anything different.
Are we talking about Thunderbolt? Did they also tell you about possibly moving their beer cooler out to another room while the renovations are going on? Because they asked me about that, and I had Keith in touch with them in reference to that. So they want to be able to at least still sell beer while the bar's getting remodeled.
This doesn't look like the bar, is that the bar getting remodeled?
I think that's.
Well, it looks to be, based upon these two, they're expanding. This is the original drawing, and they're expanding this out.
Is this the bar?
A curved line.
I can't see out of one eye, so
Yeah.
I can't read that small print.
Let me take a look, if you don't mind.
Looks to me like they're just making it bigger.
Kitchen and bar as designed.
Is the bar, like the
So it says
the
kitchen and
counter
bar
where
as
you?
designed.
Yeah, now look at the
Kitchen, is
next
that
one,
the
and it'll
bar? I've
come
never
over
been
here.
there.
Yeah.
So
The
like
walls are
their
bigger.
food counter is their bar counter kind of thing?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it does look like they have a separate bar counter.
Okay.
I thought they had a separate bar counter from the kitchen too.
Yes, sir.
On here, I can't, it says kitchen and bar as designed. This doesn't make any sense to me. Just, I don't know what-
I think we need some more information, clarification possibly?
especially
How do you feel
if
about
they're
that?
going to temporarily move the storage area.
Right.
Bill, get in touch with them, stop by there, and take that picture along there and tell us what they're gonna do.
Will do.
Information from Still and Grill removing Judith Legal from the license and leaving Deborah Hall as 100% owner and sole licensee. I think the mother's coming off and the daughter's gonna be the sole licensee.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
So we need something written from the daughter to do that?
It's right in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope not. It's beautiful. It's just what we need.
Check for,
It's for the renewal packet. I think they did it all at the same time.
oh, this is just a cover
Yeah,
letter.
he sent everything in to me at the same time.
Okay, Jeannie Bird Bakery and Collision Course wants to participate in the wine stroll.
You're
All
involved.
the strolls.
All the strolls.
Any objections?
Objection.
We've done it in the past.
And,
Next. Next page, and we've got a couple more in the front page yet, however. One-day liquor license application for an outdoor event for the city of Tawnytown called Birdwatching and Bourbon. They had it last year, and I was told that the ladies watched the birds and their husbands enjoyed the bourbon. And according to what Inspector Benford said, there was no problem. Any objection?
No objection.
One-day liquor license for an outdoor event by the city of Tawnytown for their Wine, Arts, and Music Festival on June the 7th, which they've had in the past.
No objection.
Discussion of well, let's skip down. Request from Vine on Main, Patapsco Distillery, E.W. Becks, to participate in the Art and Wines Festival, Sippin' and Summer Event, and Craft Beer Festival, which they've had for the number of years in Sykesville. Any objections?
No.
Request from VFW, Westminster VFW, requesting permission to serve alcohol at their pavilion year-round, weather permitting.
What do they have now?
Well, periodically, they've had like a crab feast and a beef fest, or what the heck ever they call it, barbecue
Yeah,
fest or something
right,
like that, in the pavilion that they have outside.
And they've only gotten one-day licenses in the past for those things?
No, we've allowed them to,
All they had to do was ask permission.
because it's within
To
their.
expand their license on their building out to the pavilion, which is next to it, right?
Just across the parking lot in the day.
Kind of, a little bit.
It's a distance, maybe half the distance, well, maybe not quite as far as from here to Inspectorville there, from the door that you walk out until you get into the pavilion. It's not that far.
Okay. I have no objection.
Have any objections?
No objections.
Okay, now, before we go back to the front page, we have a discussion of outstanding paperwork for liquor license renewal policies. Ms. Joe, you're on.
Okay. We're just wanting direction in how you want us to handle these. They got their packet and their check-in on time. But I have Merit and Eldersburg, the health club.
Yep.
We do not have either the alcohol and awareness form or a certificate for the licensee. There's only one licensee. Boss,
Who is, I'm sorry, who is the licensee and where are they? Are they in Balmer City?
the Merit Club
Yeah,
is in Eldersburg, but
right.
Who's on the
Who's the
license?
licensee is my question.
Christy Anderson,
Christy Anderson?
yes.
So we don't have,
Let me see where she says she lives in Eldersburg on this.
okay. So we're missing,
The Alcohol Awareness Program form and a training certificate.
okay, and I understand a training certificate. What is the form again?
What's the
Refresh my
form?
memory?
That was new this year. It's a form that says one licensee must be trained, and the form has to be filled out and signed by that licensee
Okay, so,
and turned in with their certificate.
okay. So 2 documents, the licensee has to give us 2 documents, the completed new form and the certificate.
Yes.
All right, now give us, do you have more similar to that?
Yes.
Give us them in order, or however you got them there. We're lacking the certificate for
Okay,
licensee.
Silver Run Liquors.
Is that all they're lacking?
Yeah, that's all. Well, they have tax holds, but no, they don't have tax hold.
Okay.
We're just missing the same 2 things.
They're missing the same 2 things.
Okay.
Mount Airy Inn and New York J&P, Mia Iliano is licensee on both. We don't have either of those forms. They also have tax holds on them, but, you know, they have till April 20th to clear those up without
What is the name of Ileana's first name? Who is it?
Mia. It's
His
Frank's
wife.
wife.
Mia, right, right.
M-I-I-A
That's right, okay. yeah.
Mount Airy Inn
and New York J&P.
Who was
New
this,
York JP, sorry.
who was the second one? Merit and who?
Silver Run,
Silver Run Liquors, yeah.
Mount Airy what? J&P?
yep, Mount Airy Inn,
And Mount Airy
New York
Inn.
JMP, both Mia.
So technically, it's an incomplete packet.
Technically.
All right, now
Technically,
these-
it's actually an incomplete package.
Well, I thought we had decided that an incomplete packet would be returned to them, or is that not what we've done? I don't, I know, I
Some
don't want to make
packet-
more
yeah.
work on you, it's a lot.
Keith and Bill.
Yeah, I know, it's a lot.
And this has been the worst season I've ever been through, and Keith will confirm that. It's just been crazy. The last week, we still didn't have half of the ones, which is why we have 2450 in.
Right.
Rosa Wolford, Mr. Jack PRC, she's good with all the forms, but she was late, and I need the late fee from her.
Who is this?
Mr. Jack PRC.
The Peru
Peruvian
chicken.
gal, yeah.
So
All right,
it
but Joe,
was-
the four that you gave us
Uh-huh.
are lacking the
Yes,
licensee's certificate of alcohol awareness.
yes. Also, same thing, Bill Wiley for Bistro 91.
For lack of his certificate?
And Kier Knight for Katana Sushi, Westminster, needs a certificate,
I'm sorry, just a, just a,
just a certificate.
oh, so,
Some of them did turn in the signed form, but they didn't turn in
okay.
the certificate.
I got
Oh,
you.
so the Katana's just a certificate.
Joe, did Bill turn it in for GL Shacks? His alcohol awareness?
Well, I thought that was in here, but I thought it was both of them.
The form that
Oh,
they,
yeah. I put it aside because it's more than just that.
the form that they sign and turn in says, doesn't it mention that they have to have the certificate too?
Yes.
Okay, just clarifying that.
And we gave them a checklist
Okay.
Okay, any more that
that are just certificate.
that are just certificates?
Is Los Aztecas in Eldersburg. There's only one licensee.
Are they missing both documents or just one?
Both.
Any others?
No.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 who lack certificates of alcohol awareness for a licensee, correct?
That's all they're lacking.
That's all they're lacking. This is the first year that we've had that. Yeah, I heard what he said.
Okay.
Now, this being the very first time of this thing,
I'm gonna leave you on speaker.
with other problems with that,
They heard you.
yeah, we heard you. Let's come up with something that we're gonna do with these. Since this is the first year, do we contact them and say, your renewals are being held up? You have 30 days, 60 days, or something like that to get a certificate in here? Tell him be quiet, we'll ask him if we want something from him.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
They
I
said
agree,
be
I agree with
quiet.
that.
I'll ask you if they need something from you.
So, they've certainly had written notice that we need this. We don't have it, but this is the first year, so what the chairman's saying sounds like a good idea, just tell them.
We've told them all.
Since
So you've already
since they-
contacted
Since
them.
they sent these in,
And you still don't have them?
Yeah, we contact them immediately and say, you
Now,
know,
how long ago?
well, it's different for each one.
right,
But the minute you got the paperwork, you contacted them.
so they're all aware of this problem that we're talking about.
And out of how many, 177 didn't do, yeah,
Getting close to 180.
right. And
Although we lost 3 establishments.
Well,
Then we have 2 others that have other problems in addition to needing.
Do we have any written statements that we have notified them, other than by word of mouth?
Well, I know I've emailed some of them.
so, yeah, that's, I think that's what you're
Yeah.
referring to. Do we have an email in the record that we emailed them and said, you're incomplete, and it's still incomplete? Is that what you're saying, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Some
know.
are emailed, some
I
are
want
not.
something,
know
if they
that I
go
did
before
that.
the judge to say, here,
Yeah, I don't
We
know that I've
notified
done
her.
that on everyone, but I know I've emailed some of them. And
Okay,
I
well,
can
that-
certainly email.
That's a good first step, I guess, for us to decide what to do. if we have something in writing advising them that that their application is incomplete and in violation of our rules. So you've already done it with some people, but not everyone.
Well, no, we've contacted all of them. I just don't know if we emailed them.
In writing, yeah, I think that's what the chairman's talking about, is having something in writing that in case it's brought up before a higher authority, we can say, here it is, in writing.
These licenses are due what, 1st of May, when they switch over?
Yeah.
So they got, what's the day, the 12th?
9th.
9th, so they got another 19 days or whatever it is.
What if we emailed them now and gave them a time frame, like you must respond within X amount of days, or with this, and like kind of maybe reiterate,
Well-
you've already been,
Mia Iliano, I'm pretty sure Keith is teaching a class. It may be May 1 that she's gonna attend. So we're not gonna have her certificate on April 30th.
so she's not certified right now,
Nope.
so she's in violation.
That's true. But she hasn't been violated.
Or she hasn't been violated.
Well, either they get their renewal license or they don't get their renewal license. So we've got to decide whether that's going to happen or not for these paper violations, I'll call them. So whether how do we want to handle it?
Your initial suggestion to me is a good one. Let's just email everybody, tell them they have 1 week to let you know the status of them completing the application. And if we are not made aware of the status of their completing the application, then that will hold up the renewal. Does that make sense? So even the ones that you already notified, Joe, I would do the same boilerplate language for everybody.
Right.
And, give them, I say 1 week if someone can have a different thought on it.
I agree with that.
Technically, you guys agreed in the past, I believe, that if someone didn't have everything done by April 30th, you would require them to come in before you to discuss suspension or revocation.
Okay.
I think that's true.
Can I add that?
Yeah, put that in the email. That if it's not done before May 1st, they must appear to show cause why we shouldn't revoke or suspend. And I think the language you should use is show cause.
Taking some of this in so you can help.
I heard it,
And
show
not
cause,
writing anything
okay.
down.
I know show cause.
I hear show cause, I deal with that.
All right.
He works for Tim Burke. He gets big bucks.
Oh, yeah. You see how many big bucks Tim Burke gets? We
Okay.
gave him a real hard time about that.
Now, are they still being fined $50 a day for having it incomplete after March 31st?
No, we only fined them $50 a day if they didn't have the packet and the check in.
Okay.
Plus, this is the first time
Yes.
this cycle was going through, so we always allow some room for first-time cycles
Yes.
when we change things.
And people just don't read.
True. Okay, next. What else?
Okay, on Bill Wiley on GL Shacks, besides needing his alcohol awareness, he basically reported a violation on himself because he reported his alcohol percentage of sales as 65%. That's 5% over what he's allowed. So I think Keith wanted you to know if you wanted to write him up for a violation.
65%
Alcohol sales.
alcohol versus 35 food. Is that his report?
It's supposed to be 60/40 at
Right.
the,
Other way around.
yeah.
And he has another restaurant.
Uh-huh.
But that's just a restaurant that probably, and, you know, probably doesn't have the kind of alcohol sales that this place has.
Right. I think GL Shacks has always been known more as a bar.
Right, yeah.
So if we don't,
I-
we need him in here, either way, in my opinion. Do you have, he's only owned that restaurant for what, 2 years now, 3 years?
Not that much,
It's not that long, I don't.
less than a year, I think.
Oh, I thought last summer we granted him outdoor stuff there, car show or motorcycle show
Yeah,
or something.
yeah, maybe it was last summer. I think we have to violate him to make him come, right? We just can't, you know, if you violate him, he can come and then he can explain and then we can dispose of the violation
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
based on his explanation.
okay.
because they're his own figures, so.
Yep. The last
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry. Is that done notarized? Are those numbers notarized? Is that, are we still do it that way?
The last one, we need the alcohol awareness stuff, but the licensee is the only person who did not fill out his information on the page where they give their home address and their emergency contact phone number. He signed the page, and his signature's notarized, but he did not fill out that line. And he needs alcohol awareness.
We don't have a certificate?
Nope.
Okay. And his, what he did fill out was incomplete?
Yes.
Okay.
And what entity is that?
That is, Basta Pasta.
Keith was on the phone with him again this morning about it.
Who is the licensee in Basta Pasta?
William Russell. There
Okay.
used to be two, but they removed
Right.
one guy for bad behavior.
Right, he was originally on it,
Mhm.
same guy who was on Basta Pasta in Balmer County.
Right.
Yeah. So, Mike Ritchie called me yesterday about it too. And I explained it to him.
So the current licensee is located where? He's a Maryland resident, but do we,
He's a Maryland resident, but
so, is that all?
since he didn't fill this out,
We don't know.
we don't know.
Well, when he
Well,
got,
it would be in the file.
yeah, be on the file, okay.
So he needs, gets the same email with some different stern language,
Okay.
in my opinion.
I agree.
Same email as the ones that just are missing the alcohol awareness.
Yeah,
Well,
plus,
the two
Or you
documents.
wanna-
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's all I have.
is that it?
Everything else is just, everything else I have upstairs is waiting on,
Now, the fines
Payments.
that have been issued, you have cash in hand,
all except for,
but they're aware of it.
they're aware of
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we done away with,
Everything but,
on that page?
yeah,
All right, let's go back to,
one.
let's go back to page one. The first thing I skipped is a invitation from Wance Distributors, our annual trade show.
Everybody is interested.
Anybody's invited or interested, I should say.
I doubt if anybody
What is Wance Distributors, alcohol
Yeah,
distribution?
yeah, they're the big ones,
They're the, one of the
Yeah.
main ones
mostly beer.
in this area.
It's in Hagerstown.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item is discussion of granting one-day license to political fundraisers.
We just need direction. Are we or aren't we?
Now, my recollection, correct me, everybody, is that in our previous discussion, since they changed, they don't have to be 501c3s or 3s or 4s or whatever the numbers has to be. that they were, as long as they were nonprofits. And I'm under the impression, and correct me, Mr. Tim, if I'm wrong, that somebody told us that they are a nonprofit, even though they're a political organization. Did somebody tell me that, or am I pulling it out of Saul head?
Some fundraisers have been conducted by nonprofits and some have not. Some are just more informal, friends of so-and-so. And I don't think the law requires friends of so-and-so to be registered with the IRS or the state of Maryland as a nonprofit. I might be wrong about that, but I don't think they have to.
That's my understanding.
So,
So the problem for you guys is, I think, either somebody with Board of Ed or somebody that was running for office, we denied them
Right.
a one-day license.
Right.
So are we gonna grant one-day licenses, or
Well,
are
it was
we
the
gonna?
first time it had come in front of us.
Right, okay,
So we didn't know
So now we
prior
got
to-
another one. Somebody else
Another person
running for elected office is asking us to get a one-day license.
now we've also granted one-day licenses to people running for office. We've done both things.
Okay, that's
We-
why
we-
we need to be
When we did the
consistent.
denial, we were still under the impression that it had to be a 501c3.
Right, it was denied for that specific
For that
reason.
specific
They
reason.
weren't registered with IRS as what Dave said. But now, we have a different understanding of state law and our law, or our rules. So I think we're justified in changing how we make, or how we approach it. Because now it's non-profit, or not for-profit, either way. I think we're allowed to issue one-day licenses. We just can't issue them for anyone who's making money. Now, is a political campaign, they have to file fundraising numbers. They have to make a filing with the Comptroller of Maryland, right?
I have to excuse myself for a minute.
Yeah, okay.
You guys keep talking and you can tell me.
Yeah, we will. So as long as the campaign has to report to the state of Maryland monies raised and make an accounting, to me, that makes them a nonprofit under the law, at least for our purposes, or a not-for-profit. So I guess the idea is to distinguish them from someone getting a one-day license to make money. I think that's why we've always had this firewall between organizations making money and 501c3s. So because we've gone both ways on this, I think we can be consistent and just say, if you are a campaign that has to report to the state of Maryland your fundraising by law, then we will consider you to be a not-for-profit entity, and we will consider one-day licenses based, if you can meet all the other criteria. That's my thought.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Agree.
So going forward, if we get applications for one-day liquor license, going forward, they're gonna have to come in here to start with, because it'll be the first
Right.
time for them.
Yeah, exactly.
And each case will be
Right, but
based on its own merit each time someone comes in.
Yeah, it's not automatic that we grant any one-day licenses, but, if they meet the criteria of the board, and if they are a political fundraiser that has to report funds raised to state of Maryland, then I think that we're safe to consider them a not-for-profit.
Now, if they want to do multiple events, they just come in the first time?
It'll probably be
No,
multiple locations.
Yeah, multiple events are usually at multiple locations.
With the campaign.
So we could tell them when they do the one-day license and they come and tell them before, so they'll know what we're looking for. Do you have proof that,
We want,
your fundraiser, you have to report funds to the state of Maryland, or bring in your form or
I think you have to have a
something?
treasurer.
Yeah, it has to be a
The
treasurer.
treasurer has to make a formal filing for the state of Maryland. Does your campaign have a treasurer who will make a formal filing for the state of Maryland of campaign contributions and fundraising? If the answer is yes.
And to be a political candidate, you have to have that anyway.
Well, I don't think you have to, no.
What?
But if you're gonna raise money, you have to, I think.
The one application that I'm a little bit aware of that I think's gonna come before us is one of the political parties in North Carroll area is gonna have a fundraiser at, I think, Hampstead Fire Company in June or something like that.
Yeah, that's.
So we're talking about people, and Mr. Brawley, you just talked about a party.
Well, when I say party, I'm talking, it's,
So I'm just wondering, so does this extend to parties?
No.
Because they're not gonna have a treasurer.
It's actually not a party, it's a club.
club.
It's a club that's associated with a political party. It's like the Socialist Women's Club of America. They don't represent the Socialist Party. They are a club, and, they have officers and things like that.
Okay.
And so what I think the chairman's talking about is a club that is actually going to raise some money, not necessarily for a candidate, but for women's issues in Maryland, or Carroll County, for instance, So they are raising money, and they're not I don't think it's going to be a campaign event.
No, I think one of the events that's coming up, I don't know whether they're gonna get a liquor license or not, is that excess funds over and above the cost of the thing is gonna go to the, not homeless women, but some women's
A women's
organization.
counseling center of some
Yeah,
sort.
something like that, things like that.
Well, that's definitely a nonprofit. It's not a campaign per se. It's not a political campaign per se, but it's raising funds for the community to be used generally for let's say, a women's center. So that's a not-for-profit. But I would imagine that they have a treasurer and that they have a checkbook, because they're going to be making grants out of monies raised to some needy organizations in Carroll County, right? Is that how it's going to work?
I guess, I don't know.
I don't, yeah.
Well, we need first-time applicants in here for a location or whatever it is.
Right.
And as
And they have to be
Commissioner
certified.
Mulwiney said, they gotta be certified, and we can find out what they're gonna do, and if we think they qualify, if we don't,
So anybody who calls me about a one-day license for a campaign event, I tell them they have to come before you guys.
it's just, there's no different than any other one-day license.
That's a starting point, but even if it's not a campaign event, but even if it's an event by a club that belongs to a particular party, they also might want to have a one-day liquor license to raise money for a women's center.
Well, isn't the Republican Club, say, of Carroll County, isn't that a nonprofit?
I don't know. That's why they would come in here and they would, before we were talking about political campaigns, and we were saying the criteria for giving them a license would be that they have to report the money to the state of Maryland, so we feel comfortable with that. Now we're talking about political entities or clubs raising money for charity, which is a little bit different than a campaign. I think we might have gone off that direction when you were on the other side of the door, so.
Well, can we just leave it that either or?
Yeah.
They have to come before you?
They have to,
Yeah.
either or, no way, shape, or form, they have to come before us.
But when you talk to them, you'd say, well, you've got to have someone who's trained in alcohol management at the event.
Right.
Right, so you give them all that information.
Right. Okay.
And I think the uptake of this discussion is that we're not limiting ourselves as much as we used to the 501c3, which I think we're just, our criteria is a not-for-profit or a nonprofit. Then they can convince us that everything else is in line, I guess.
Okay.
Clear? You okay?
Yep.
Okay? You squared away with that, right?
I think so. Clear as mud.
There's mud, right?
All right, I think I got everything checked off. Did I miss anything?
That was everything on the,
Is there anything else to be brought before this august body?
well, the only thing that I had thought about two things, and this contemplated since Keith's not here to put his 2 cents worth in, is raising the amount of the fines for not being in on time. The second thing is sometimes I think the longer you give people to get something done, the worse they are about it. And that we go back to not handing out the packets as soon as, this year we had them out by,
Yeah, in February.
what, the second week of February, they were all passed out?
They need to be in by March 31st.
Yeah, so the table, I'll get to it, I'll
Yeah.
get to it, I'll get to it.
So maybe think about restricting their time a little bit for how long they have to do it.
Is that local rule?
No.
State law? Well,
Well, the state laws have it in by March 31st. And we used to tell people that they couldn't, even though they got the packet before March 1st, that they could not bring it in until March 1st. But the past few years, we've said, bring it in when you finish it. But what I'm thinking of is getting the packets to them later in February so they have less time to think, I'll throw this aside and get to it.
Tell them they have 3 weeks. Get a packet with a great cover page. Yeah, 3 weeks to get this in.
I try that.
So we find them in getting what, April 1?
Yeah,
$50 a day.
$50 a day. And technically, the rule book says, under no circumstances will a renewal packet be accepted after April 10th. But we got our last one in this morning, between 8 and 8:30. He had to pay more in fines than what his license cost him.
Well, that's, you would think that would be incentive not to do it again.
You would think.
Well, as Keith mentioned one other thing too. We somehow should look at our license prices because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the things he pointed out was a 7-day club beer and wine license is $1,000 or something like that.
A 7-day
But a six-
Class B beer and wine is $1,000. A 6-day beer and wine is $160.
Yeah, he brought that up.
Yeah, that's,
Is that, and that's our local rule? Or do we have to go to Annapolis?
We have to go through Annapolis to change our
Change those
fees.
fees.
And the Class Ds are all $250, and that's really low
Yeah.
for, especially the beer and wine ones.
maybe, go ahead.
Well, if we were going to do that, the time frame is next year, right?
Yes, we would have to submit proposed legislation.
Is it by April or May? That we-
No, it's usually
Like
fall,
August.
isn't it, Tim? Like-
Oh, it was August.
Right. Yeah, between August and November.
Okay. For the next year, so the laws take place July the following year after we submit it.
Right.
Well, we can probably all agree that they should be adjusted. We have to remember that our delegation is gonna be opposed to increases, particularly under the situation that the state of Maryland is.
Yeah.
So maybe you all will have to consider this after the next election. But I think it should be discussed. And also, I think that what I said here this morning, and just tell me if I'm out of order or goofy, that the municipalities come in here all the time for them one-day license. How different are they from an American Legion or the VFW, which fire companies, not them, fire companies, who can get a 10-day license for a year, or 20 days, or 30 days, or look what happened with the Arts Center. How different, I mean, they have the same things year after year after year, and now you even got a state license, according to what was here this morning. Maybe it's something worth taking. Okay, anything else?
Just one thing before we, so if personal property taxes, they have till April 30th, correct, to pay personal, so,
State and on county taxes, they start paying a fine as of April 20th.
Okay.
They technically have till April 30th in order to get their license.
so if they don't pay that, and even property taxes, not personal property, but like,
No, we don't mess with
so you don't,
property
so,
taxes.
but if they haven't paid their property taxes, then their license is in violation because they don't have all their,
Only personal property tax.
okay.
Which is
So,
on business.
so that, do we not issue them a license on May 1st if they haven't paid their personal property tax? But that's my question, do we,
If they haven't cleared their taxes, then they would have to come in for a,
Show cause hearing?
yep.
but that's the thing, are they then on a suspended license until they can get into a hearing?
Well, yeah, I mean.
would say they
it's
are.
It's a lapsed license, I think.
It's a lapsed, so they can't operate business.
They can't
They
sell
can operate their
alcohol.
business, they just can't sell.
Well, I mean, if it's a liquor store, that's
Yeah.
kind of all they do. But, so I just wondered if that's how that works. So technically, they wouldn't even be able to get in until June's hearing. Because you got to be 30 days before the hearing. So if they default on April 30th and the next hearing's May 14th, that's not enough time to get them. So that's my question. Are they then without a license for a month and a half?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I've just wondered that. I don't know that I
Well,
knew how it worked or how.
I think the chairman always has the discretion to call
Add them to the hearing.
well, no, to call us together.
Let's see.
For special hearing.
Yeah, and, you know, I guess it seems like our rules are pretty hard and fast, but sometimes we exercise discretion when it shocks the conscience not to.
Fair enough. That's all I had. I just wondered that.
Okay, anything else? Bill, anything?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Motion been made and second that we adjourn this meeting. Our next scheduled Board of License Commissioner hearing, May 14th at 10 o'clock, a live hearing in this building.